Welcome to Game 1 of the National League Division Series between the San Francisco Giants and the Washington Nationals. And welcome inside the broadcast booth in D.C., Matt Vasgersian. The San Francisco Giants, 2 World Series titles in the last 4 seasons. The Washington Nationals, 2 division titles in the last 3 years, and 2 teams that get to this best-of-5 NLDS in different ways. The Giants here via the wild card and their impressive 8-0 shutout win in Pittsburgh on Wednesday. The Nationals, best record in the National League and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. I welcome my broadcast partner, John Smoltz. John, short series, first in a best-of-5, high stakes this afternoon.
Yeah, best-of-5s are scary. You really have to win Game 1 if you go by the statistics. 71% of the guys that win Game 1, the teams go on to win. So in a best-of-5, you're looking for each starter to get them off on a good start.
Yeah, let's talk about the starters. A lot of decorated hardware on the trophy cases back home for Jake Peavy, a 2007 Cy Young Award. Steven Strasburg, the 2009 #1 overall pick.
Well, they couldn't be any different in how they go about their work. Picture this, a 1965 Ford Mustang, that's Jake Peavy. Jake Peavy's going to hear him from a mile away. You're going to hear the engine, you're going to hear the muffler, you're going to hear him yell. But what he's done is reinvented himself. He had lost 12 games in a row, and he has been on fire since August 13th, best CRA in baseball. So for Jake Peavy, he's going to use not the old self, the new self to try and give his Giants the best chance to win. And in the other garage, you've got this low-mileage classic Bentley. They've been waiting for this for a long time. Steven Strasburg has not disappointed in his home debut, 14 strikeouts. Now they're waiting for his home debut in the playoffs. Steven Strasburg trying to give him for a good ride and get him off to a good start.
Terrific starting pitching matchup. Plenty of star power in both lineups. We'll post the lineups and get you to opening pitch from Nationals Park coming up next. And welcome back to D.C. and Fox Sports 1 coverage of Game 1 of the National League Division Series. The Giants and the Nationals vying for the rights to go to the NLCS. Buster Posey and a team with a lot of experience in the visiting side against a Washington Nationals team who left a little meat on the bone after their last postseason experience, the disappointment of the 2012 NLDS. Those experiences with a different skipper, Matt Williams, the rookie manager and longtime San Francisco Giant, of course. One of the interesting storylines, one of many in this terrific matchup. Steven Strasburg and the Nationals ready for Game 1. Well, John, here we are just 5-ish years removed from Steven Strasburg's big coming out party out of college. 3-ish years removed from his major league debut. And today is the day of his first ever postseason assignment.
Well, I can guarantee whatever he was feeling in his debut, he's going to feel that in a little bit more in this playoff start because it is that big and it just duplicates the atmosphere. He probably hasn't pitched in front of a crowd like this since his debut. Look for his intangibles. I call the motor that's ticking underneath that hood. Can he stay back and use all the weapons that he has? Arguably the best stuff on the staff, and it's going to be intriguing and fun to watch this guy work in his first postseason game.
Let's take a look at Bruce Bochy's Giants lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to lift Moss. Gregor Blanco in the absence of Angel Pagan, of course, leading off in center field. The outstanding rookie Joe Panik at second base, batting number 2, and plenty of pop 3 through 5. Two-time All-Star Buster Posey, two-time All-Star Pablo Sandoval, three-time All-Star Hunter Pence. A trio of left-handed bats follow, and Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, Travis Ishikawa, Jake Peavy bats number 9. And there are the regular season numbers for Steven Strasburg. His last assignment on Saturday was his final winner of the year, number 14. Finished with 242 strikeouts, tied with Johnny Cueto for the National League strikeout crown.
Yeah, and those stats only tell part of the story. He really, in the second half, was outstanding. After June, 7-2, his ERA went way down. He was having a rough year in the beginning. His first 5 starts weren't going very well, and everyone was concerned about Steven Strasburg. But the last month in September, both these pitchers have had great Septembers. That gives them the confidence to start him in Game 1.
Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. Gregor Blanco, Joe Panik, and Buster Posey start the visitors' half of the first for San Francisco.
Strasburg was 1-0 with a 5.4 ERA against the Giants. Ironically, his last game that he lost really was his last bad game he had facing the Giants. They've had some great at bats against him, worked the count. Some guys are aggressive, some guys are going to feel out the process and see where his fastball's at early on.
And the NLDS in DC is underway with strike 1 to Gregor Blanco. That ball goes right out of play to be authenticated and placed on somebody's trophy case. 0-1 the count to Gregor Blanco. Blanco, Panik, and Posey. 0-2.
Well, early signs real good. You're going to see a 2-seam fastball and a 4-seamer. He's getting more close to identifying what kind of pitcher he wants to be. 96 and above. Really good hard breaking ball. A much better changeup this year. He's got 3 weapons. Good luck on the hitters if he's got 2 or 3 of those going tonight.
0-2 to leadoff hitter Gregor Blanco. He lays off the 98 up around the shoulders.
One thing to watch for, his changeup is going to be probably the velocity of Jake Peavy's fastball for the most part. It's 90-mile-an-hour changeup. You'd say that's pretty hard, but 98-mile-an-hour fastball, that's 8 miles off of it, and that's good enough to even get a hitter off of that fastball.
We'll talk more about Steven Strasburg's new and improved changeup to 2014 as we continue. Blanco with a little fly ball out to center. Bernard Span, a very good one there for out number 1. Let's take a look at what Matt Williams has defensively for the Nationals. In the infield, third to first, Rendon, Desmond, Cabrera, and LaRoche, a 2012 Gold Glover at first. The outfielder, Bryce Harper, Denard Span, Jason Worth, Wilson Ramos behind the plate. The Nationals defense much improved in the second half of the season from where Matt Williams' group started 2014. April and May, not good defensive times here in D.C., but they tightened up as the season wore on.
It's an interesting matchup here, Matt. Panik does not do much, doesn't load up the bat. He's got a short, quick stroke, so he's not looking to drive the ball. See how he handles the fastball.
Joe Panik with a drive out to center. Span's got to get on the move, twisting and making an adjustment to finish the catch.
And what I meant by that is his short, quick stroke. He's letting the fastball power be his power at the plate. He doesn't have a big swing, and you see what that power velocity did. This ball goes all the way to the fence. A great play by Denard Span. So Panik, in his real quiet approach, could provide some issues for Strasburg in his fastball. Speaking of issues, this guy provides them as well. Buster Posey.
First of what promises to be an entertaining afternoon of matchups between a couple of former first-round choices. Buster Posey, the Giants' first pick back in 2008, number 5 overall. You know about what he's accomplished in his brief major league tenure, a Rookie of the Year award, the 2012 MVP, a batting title, and, by the way, a red-hot finish this year. And in this era of what have you done for me lately, you can have all the awards on your shelf at home. But it's his August and September numbers that have Bruce Bochy most excited heading into the postseason. Behind year 1 and 2.
Well, these numbers are outstanding. And look at that. Since August, he's made a mechanical adjustment with his hands in the bat in a ready position early on, just a little bit late, and it made him normal. As of late, he's been unnormal and very good. MVP type. 414.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Buster Posey.
That's that changeup we were talking about. 91 miles an hour. Traditional changeup that'll sink. It's going to look like a two-seamer. A hard one.
Posey has some prior success against Strasburg. One of only a couple of Giants that can claim that. Into the right field corner for Jason Worth, who is there to make the catch. A 1-2-3 start to the day for Stephen Strasburg. Bryce Harper 5 and 6. Wilson Ramos, the switch hitter, is Drupal Cabrera, and Steven Strasburg round things out against Jake Peavy on the mound for the Giants to start Game 1 this afternoon. Peavy with postseason experience, not, however, with a lot of postseason success. The good part of the equation for Jake Peavy is how dominant he's been of late. 2 earned runs or fewer in each of his last 9 outings, leading to an ERA just over 1 since August 13th. So again, forget about the ancient history. What have you done for me right now? And Peavy's been very good as he faces Denard Span with a 1-1 count. Span, Rendon, and Worth in the Nats half of the first. A ground ball for the rookie second baseman Joe Panik, and 1 away for Jake Peavy.
Well, Peavy, quick scouting report. Fastball 89-90 with sink. He's going to work both sides of the plate. He's going to throw a cutter, back door and front door cutters, curveball, and a split type changeup. And what Peavy does is the one thing to look for in this game, because he likes to attack early and he's had success early in the early innings. 563 first pitch average. That's 18 first pitch hits. So if you're looking for the Nationals to be aggressive and pick out a first pitch they like, that's the one number that does not go in Peavy's category.
1 gone here for Anthony Rendon. A 287 batting average, 21 home runs, and 83 runs batted in during the regular season for the outstanding Nationals infielder. And you almost have to hang that generic infielder tag on Anthony Rendon this year because he played a lot of second base before the acquisition of his Drupal Cabrera. Finished the year at third, and that was among Matt Williams' moves that tightened up the Nationals down the stretch.
This guy didn't mind the All-Star break. Pretty much pre and post All-Star, same batting average. Very consistent. 13 home runs in the second half of the All-Star. In September, he's hit pretty good. 337.
Another former first-round draft choice in a matchup that is loaded with them. Rendon swats a fly ball into center. And 2 quick outs for Jake Peavy. Let's take a look at the rest of the Giants defense today. Starting in the infield, Pablo Sandoval had a terrific defensive year, only 11 errors in 150 games. Brandon Crawford, not so much, 21 errors, among the higher totals at the position. Joe Panik and Brandon Belt. In the outfield left to right, Travis Ishikawa making just his 4th career start in left, and doing so with high stakes today. Blanco and Pence out there with him, and Buster Posey behind the plate for San Francisco.
Here's a guy that would scare me that you circle the lineup card. Worth. He's been hot of late. 452 his last 10. He's also patient. And the reason he would scare me, at some point you feel like he's going to break out and swing at that first pitch. He sees a lot of pitches per at bat.
Yeah, Jason Worth annually among National League leaders in that category. Pitches per plate appearance. In fact, led the league in that category in his last 2 seasons with the Phillies some years ago. And in front 2-0.
The splits don't make sense. And what I mean by that, when he has the advantage in a hitter's count, he's only hitting 258, 288. When he's behind and the pitcher has an advantage, he's hitting 354. So it tells me he's looking for certain pitches and he's comfortable with 2 strikes. Not every hitter can say that.
2 balls and a strike to Jason Worth, a 2009 All-Star. We talked about Jake Peavy's postseason difficulties, John, earlier, and it's worth giving you the numbers because in 5 starts, an 0-3 record, an ERA over 9. But it's also worth a little bit of perspective because, as Jake Peavy told us yesterday, he has reinvented himself at the age of 33, and he even told us, you know, people ask me how old I am, and I say 33, but I know you think I'm 40 because he's been around a while. He's changed his approach under Dave Righetti. He's reunited with Bruce Bochy, with whom he enjoyed a lot of success for 6 years as a Padre. And just that dynamic, according to Jake, was enough to give him a little boost of confidence, knowing that Bruce Bochy believes in him. Coming to San Francisco, back to the NL West, goes a long way in explaining his success the last couple of months.
Well, the one thing you're going to see that hasn't changed is he's going to yell, and he's not going to yell also at the umpire per se. Maybe that one he is, but he's going to yell at himself. He's very intense. He's told us that he can't do the things he used to do on the mound from a velocity, strike everybody out. But that's the engine you're going to see. It's totally different than Strasburg. This guy wears his emotions out front. It works for him, and where it doesn't is when he gets a little too amped up.
And he loses Jason Worth on ball 4. So Jason Worth, who averages 4.5 pitches per plate appearance this year, draws the walk. A 7-pitch plate appearance, and their Nationals have their first base runner of the day.
People may ask, in an atmosphere like this, what's different in the postseason than the regular season? I'll give you a perfect example. Regular season, 2-out walk, no big deal. You don't think much of a pitcher, but a 2-out walk here is a rally. The crowd is in every pitch, they're in every moment, and the at-bats by the players, they don't take any off. They're all locked in. Everything's magnified. So even though there's a man on first, 2 outs, it seems like a rally when you're out on the mound.
2-out base runner in front of Adam LaRoche. The Nationals' biggest home run threat, 26 of them during the regular season, and with 3 in his career against Jake Peavy. This is a challenging part of the Nationals' order. Worth, LaRoche, Ian Desmond next, Bryce Harper to follow, each of whom has home run pop.
What makes the Nats tough is as a pitcher, you look at that lineup and you go, who wants to walk and who doesn't? Well, these 2 guys up right now, the guy that just walked, Worth, and LaRoche, they love to walk. So they create patience and they make the pitcher work. Espinosa, Desmond, Harper, not so much. They love to swing. That's where you can go and get a little more aggressive. In the postseason, if a lineup doesn't allow a pitcher to walk you, the pitcher's going to have success. And what I mean by that, Matt, is they're too aggressive. They want to be the hero, so you can throw pitches out of the zone. The cat and mouse game is so interesting because you've seen these guys for the most part on video. Now you're trying to figure out what they're doing. Are they going to be more aggressive? Do they get out of their comfort zone? And that's what each pitcher will try to navigate through the lineup today and see who shows them a different sign.
2 balls and no strikes to Adam LaRoche. Peavy misses the corner again to 3-0 now.
Sorry, Matt, we laughed with Matt Williams. We said, did you tell Adam LaRoche that this is the playoffs? Because I don't know that he knows this is the playoffs right now. A running joke for an ex-teammate. He has no pulse, which suits him well.
.30 pitch, and he gets a green light and fouls it away. Well, Adam LaRoche in his 11th season in the big leagues, his 4th here in D.C. Actually came aboard as a free agent after the 2011 season. It was in January of 2011, beg your pardon. Played for a year, he was great. Then was a free agent again, and the Nationals said, you were pretty good. We're going to sign you back again for 2 more. In front, 3 balls and a strike. And a full count now. Well, Jake Peavy has been a hard worker throughout his career in terms of pitches per inning. He's always been known as a max effort guy, despite recent attempts to kind of correct that. And here we are in his first postseason inning this year. And his next pitch will be his 19th. Trying to strand Worth at first with 2 gone. With 2 out, Worth running. And a swing and a miss. Nothing comes of the 2-out walk. The meat of the Giants due up in the 2nd. Sandoval, Pence, and Belt. We go there scoreless in D.C. this National League Division Series matchup between the Giants and the Nationals. A sold-out crowd, of course, as is tomorrow's Game 2. And most of the folks resplendent in red. See a few smatterings of black and orange. We'll probably get a little louder if the Giants can do something here against Steven Strasburg in the second. They've got the middle of the order: Pablo Sandoval, Hunter Pence, and Brandon Belt. A two-time All-Star and former World Series MVP. Pablo Sandoval, after a miserable start to 2014, finished with more than respectable numbers. 16 home runs, 73 runs driven in. Had a terrific defensive year as well, as we alluded to earlier. That one headed toward the gap. Denard Span closing ground to make the catch. Well, some of the Giants stars to watch in this series, they've become household names because of their regular postseason experience, including 2012 NL MVP and former Rookie of the Year Buster Posey. Hunter Pence, the emotional leader of these Giants. And, of course, Pablo Sandoval, who had that dream 2012 World Series leading to the MVP award. And here is one of those big stars, Hunter Pence, the three-time All-Star, who ended the regular season in exactly the opposite fashion that Giant fans wanted to see. Just one for his last 28.
Yeah, he sure did. He had an incredible year, leading in a lot of categories for the team. But as you said, Matt, he struggled down the stretch. He's an unorthodox player. You've never seen him play before. He doesn't do anything prototypically the way you would teach it. You look at those numbers right there as evidence. Bruce Bochy calls him the lowest maintenance player he has ever been around. He plays every single day. His streak got snapped the second to last game where he gave him a rest, but Bruce loves him.
1-1 pitch is hit back up the middle of the base hit. The Giants have their first base runner of the day. Yeah, for Hunter Pence, I don't know that you can evaluate his contributions strictly by looking at the stat sheet. He was regarded as one of their key contributors when San Francisco came back from the 0-2 deficit in the NLDS in 2012 to beat the Reds. He was only 4 for 20 in that series. So you look at the numbers, you think, well, there were other guys more important. But according to Bruce Bochy, according to the Giants staff, he was the guy that kind of led that come from behind charge. He's aboard here with one gone now for the left-handed hitting first baseman Brandon Belt.
Now for Strasburg, this is where it gets a little interesting. He's been dominant out of the windup. When he wins, the ERA is microscopic, under 1. When he loses, it's higher than 6. But runners on have given him a little bit of problem. Not of late, but over the course of the year, out of the stretch, a little bit different. See how he handles the first time the leadoff a runner got on first base.
The Giants do not run much. In fact, their stolen base total was dead last in the National League. Only 56 bags in 162 games. What little running they do comes from guys like Hunter Pence and Gregor Blanco. The two of them combined for 29 of the team's 56 stolen bases. Just a little check-in with Pence, and we've of course already seen, John, this postseason what havoc the base running game can wreak in a postseason box score. The Kansas City Royals ran right through a wild card win. All that damage done on base. That base stealing threat was a big part of their somewhat surprising Game 1 win in Anaheim last night.
Yeah, you're so right. And again, the difference between a postseason and regular season game, you may throw over once, you may take chances, you'll be more aggressive with your fastball. You may have 3-1 fastballs you'll take chances with. You're going to throw over more in the postseason. You're going to be more cautious, and you're not going to allow and try not to allow a big rally to be created here at home. So that's what we're seeing early on out of Steven Strasburg.
Belt fades a fly ball into foul territory. Harper coming on from left. He's there to make the catch. Two away. So that'll bring to the plate San Francisco's Wednesday wild card hero, shortstop Brandon Crawford. whose grand slam home run proved to be the game winner, and there was plenty of add-on support. But as you certainly have heard by now, it was also the first grand slam by a shortstop in postseason history. As hard as that may be to believe, been playing this game a long time. A ball and no strikes to Brandon Crawford.
So far, pretty simple game plan. Looks like he's going to attack with the fastballs. He's got a lot of fly balls, distributing them in the outfield, and a couple changeups. We haven't seen a lot of curveballs. I think the strikeouts will come as the game goes on, where he mixes and matches more of the repertoire that he has. But right now, he's attacking with the fastball and having some success. You know, it's interesting. You always come into a start, at least most of the guys that I've talked to in the postseason, you've got a game plan, kind of like a scripted plan. And then if the hitters make you get away from that play, you've got to call some audibles quickly. But you really try to stick with that game plan as long as you can and make them adapt to you before you have to adapt to them.
A ball and no strikes to Brandon Crawford. To 1-1 now. We spoke at length yesterday with Steven Strasburg's pitching coach, Steve McCatty, who's been here now for 5 years. And it is Steve McCatty's take that all this consternation over Steven Strasburg's pitch count and some of his occasionally bad results are all part of the growing process. And it stands to reason. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's only 26 years old. He was now famously shut down in 2012. There was an innings cap put on his season. He was not available to pitch in the postseason as a result. So his postseason debut today a little later than some would have liked. But it is here, and the Nationals couldn't be happier with his last month plus of work. The 1-2.
Well, and if this game goes the way that Mike Rizzo hopes it goes, he will have the last laugh, I guess, if you think about it. I mean, the one thing 2 years ago is everyone concerned about the fact that they shut him down, and now they've had a plan that they've unveiled. He's healthier. I was very critical at the time of the timing of it, but now they got back to the postseason. Now they got a chance to benefit from arguably one of the most dynamic starters and #1 picks that we've seen in a long time.
Strasburg's gotten to a 2-strike count on 6 of the 7 batters he's faced so far. And this one he finishes his first strikeout of the day. Still scoreless in D.C. The National League Division Series, the Nationals and Giants scoreless through an inning and a half so far. Back for the bottom half of the second with John Smoltz and J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian, Ian Desmond, Bryce Harper, and Wilson Ramos for the Nationals. And Ian Desmond picking on the first pitch, grounds to his opposite number for route number 1.
Well, right on cue. We talked about the 2 patient guys in front, and then Desmond and Harper come up, and they're going to be aggressive. Desmond with a lot of power, Harper with a lot of power. Let's see if he is aggressive on the first pitch or tries to make Peavy throw a couple. General rule is you don't want a pitcher to have a 3 or 5 pitch inning. But I still think Bryce Harper is aggressive nature. He's looking to check in to these playoffs early.
Another of the young, talented Nationals trying to grow into his uniform. Still on the job training. 2012's National League Rookie of the Year. Last year became the youngest National Leaguer ever to start an All-Star game. And still not even 22 years old. A ball and a strike from Jake Peavy.
Some animated shoulder jerks. He's yelling already on that. He has a mind of that. He looks at where he wants to throw the ball. And when he doesn't throw the ball in that area, he's going to whip himself. He's going to be mad. He's going to say, let's go. And that's his motivation.
A ball and 2 strikes now. There are a lot of parallels between Jake Peavy and Steven Strasburg, and that's one of the things that makes this matchup so much fun. Jake Peavy won a Cy Young Award in San Diego in 2007 when Steven Strasburg was a freshman at San Diego State University playing for the late Tony Gwynn. You could say accurately that Steven Strasburg grew up watching Jake Peavy pitch as a Padre. Peavy just misses the corner. 2-2 now.
It's a great backdoor cutter that he was trying to steal a strike in the outside part of the plate, and good patience by Harper, and Peavy did not get the call.
One out, base is empty. The catcher Wilson Ramos waiting on deck. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. You know, the discussion of Strasburg and the innings limit, John, and I know you have a lot of thoughts about this, having gone through Tommy John surgery. You could listen to both sides of it and understand. And that discussion has been out there with other pitchers, but perhaps less famously. Take Jake Peavy's Cy Young year in 2007. He won a Cy Young and pitched as far as into the 8th inning only once. His longest start that year was 7 1/3. These are not the days of Catfish Hunter and Tom Seaver, who would finish a year with 20-25 complete games.
Yeah, I went on record back then. I totally agreed with the innings because he's coming off of Tommy John. I guess everybody questioned the timing of it. You know, stretch it out, allow him to pitch in the postseason. If you remember, they did not get it done in 2012 against the Cardinals and did not have Strasburg at that time.
Harper pops it up, fading on the left side of the infield for Sandoval in foul territory, and 2 away.
But they had other plans. They felt like they were going to get back to the playoffs maybe on a more regular basis and benefit from a healthier Strasburg and not put him through that ringer, if you will. So it's worked to this point. This city has waited a long time for him, and now they're in position. They're in the best position they've been from a pitching staff and team concept to be able to go deep into these playoffs, not just this series.
2 gone, base is empty now for the catcher Wilson Ramos. Ramos missed a number of games earlier this year with a couple of different injuries. Altogether 46 games lost with a left hamate fracture. That bone we learned about when Ken Griffey Jr. broke his about 20 years ago. And a right hamstring strain. In fact, that is a part of the National success story that might be underreported outside the Beltway. The fact that Matt Williams has had to deal with less than 100% health for almost the entire season. Now, every team can claim that. But for the Nationals, Just to put it into perspective, they had all 8 regular position players active at the same time for just 27 of 162 regular season games. Three balls and a strike now.
Jake Peavy's just painting about 2 inches outside the strike zone, and the Nationals are not helping him out by swinging.
3-1 to Ramos. That one on the corner to fill the count at 3-2.
What does he do? He gets it closer to that 1 inch. 1 inch off the plate you'll get. That's a real good tailing fastball that comes back in a 3-1 hitter's count.
4th full count of the day against Peavy. You know, Jake Peavy told us yesterday, John, you were there, you heard it. He said he believes that pitching now is more about up and down than it is right and left. Certainly for him, without the stuff he used to have to be able to, quote, outstuff guys. But so far today, he's been more, I don't know, more Tom Glavine than Bob Gibson, if you will. And he loses Wilson Ramos, his 2nd walk of the day.
Yeah, he has. And the point he was making, because he doesn't have the finish that he used to have where he could say, I'm going to throw a slider anytime I want, a fastball anytime I want, good luck. He said more guys' bats and barrels are longer in the zone, meaning they have more uppercut type swings. They're not so consumed with trying to go up the middle, so to speak. So those pitches that were down and those sliders that stay in the zone, he said hitters are getting to him. And he noticed a difference that when he went up more and he threw his fastball up, he was having success, and that has correlated really to the last 6 or 7 starts. He's been on a roll.
Again, 9 consecutive starts, 5 or more innings, allowing 2 earned runs or fewer. A 2-out base runner now for the switch hitter is Asdrubal Cabrera, the 2-time All-Star who was acquired via trade and made an immediate impact. Asked to play second base, though he had not played the position since 2009. His returns at that position were good. They were immediate. And it assured General Manager Mike Rizzo and manager Matt Williams that they had made the right move.
And Cabrera, some interesting statistical offensive categories. The even count is what he likes. Ahead and behind, he didn't like it so much. But when the count's even, he likes it. He also loves that first pitch. But to your point, Matt, he really did settle this team down and gave them flexibility. The timing was really good getting him here.
On the corner to make it a ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, since arriving here, it gave the Nationals the kind of continuity which allowed them to use only 28 different starting lineup combinations over the last 2 months of the season. That was the fewest in the National League. There were other decisions that needed to be made there, and we'll talk about that and the role Ryan Zimmerman will be playing in this series throughout the telecast today. But part of playing Cabrera at second was moving Rendon from that position to third, and part of that was figuring out how to get Ryan Zimmerman at bats. The guy still regarded as one of the faces, if not the face of the Nationals, will be used as a bench player for the most part here against the Giants. We're not going to move Rendon. He's pretty good at third base, and his bat is crucial in the number 2 spot. A ball and 2 strikes to Asdrubal Cabrera.
You want to know that record that typically doesn't personify a game 1 start or a losing record for Peavy. He's 1-10 when the team scores him 2 runs or less, and that happened 14 times. So you're not going to win a lot of games in those. He had a really good ERA in the 3s, but you get him 6+ runs and he's undefeated. And most pitchers would enjoy 6+ runs, but he's had some hard luck, man. I can't even think about a pitcher being in this situation, having lost 12 games in a row, and then get on the roll that he did at a perfect time when they made the trade, because the Giants, of course, have had 2 starters that are no longer in their rotation.
2 balls and 2 strikes to his dribble Cabrera. A swing and a miss. Jake Peavy's second strikeout of the afternoon. Another base runner left stranded, still scoreless in D.C. Start to the afternoon. Steven Strasburg and Jake Peavy matching one another pitch for pitch. Top half of the 3rd inning as we welcome those of you who just got through watching the Orioles come from behind a 4-run bottom of the 8th. And that Tigers bullpen has cost them another important day. A now 2-0 series lead for the Orioles after a 7-6 win in Baltimore today. Travis Ishikawa's aboard with a base hit back up the middle. Leadoff hitter aboard here in the Giants' half of the 3rd.
All I can say is wow about the Tigers and the Orioles. Orioles been so good all year, but 12 runs in the 8th inning in 2 games, that'll get it done.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So they're going back to Detroit after a travel day tomorrow, and it'll be David Price to try to stave off elimination at Comerica Park on Sunday. Here's Jake Peavy now with the leadoff hitter aboard. Peavy's going to give himself up and take a strike. Jake is without a hit since re-entering the National League. 0 for 23 as a Giant.
Well, what you have here is your classic first and third baseman going to really charge and crash on Jake Peavy. And if this is not an easy task anyways, bunting off a guy throwing 97, but if they get too close, you got to slash and at least try to slap it by him. Otherwise, you got to bunt it out in front of the mound and try to deaden the ball.
And the appeal down to first base is where Vic Carapazza says he did make a stab at it. Now it's 0-2.
When a guy throws this hard and the ball moves that much, you really got to be quiet with your hands. And right there, Jake The National League days was probably pretty comfortable doing it. Went to the American League and maybe didn't get the reps, but something as a pitcher you've got to be able to do is get the ball down, give yourself a chance, the team a chance to help out.
The Giants don't play a lot of small ball as a team. Second fewest sack bunt total in the league. And that was something that Bruce Bochy admits. There's no secrets with the way he runs a game. I think Bruce Bochy will all agree is less sabermetrically inclined as he is instinct driven. Looks like they're going to keep it on with 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. Peavy gets the bunt down. LaRoche is going to go to second for the lead runner, and they got him. An aggressive decision by the 2012 Gold Glover, and as it turns out, the right one. Here comes Bruce Bochy. He just wants to make sure the second base umpire, Tom Hallion, saw it the whole way.
Well, Adam LaRoche doesn't ever seem like he does anything in a hurry. He is so smooth, his hands and the way he fields, and you can see the foot might have been up in the air. And let's see if he gets the base. This is going to be probably replayed, and it will be our first, unless there was one in Detroit and Baltimore that we weren't aware of.
Yeah, they're going to take another look at this. And it certainly looked at our first couple of passes at the replay like Ishikawa was in there safely.
Well, LaRoche being left-handed, he can throw to the second base without any problems. But you see the freeze frame here where the foot is down and then the ball is in the glove. So this will more than likely be overturned.
This play is under review, presented by Samsung. At stake here is first and second with nobody out, or if the call holds, a runner at first with 1 away.
Well, again, being left-handed, LaRoche had seen some small window that he thought he could get the ball there before the runner got to second, which would have been a big boost if you can, leaving the pitcher at first base. But now you've got runners on first and second if it's overturned, and more than likely Blanco will be putting down a bunt if they want to get runners on second and third.
And the call is overturned. You can tell by the absolute silence here at Nationals Park. Ishikawa is safe at second base, so the call's reversed. Runners at first and second with nobody out for the top of the order.
So now the Nationals will go over their bunt plays. If there is a bunt, see what they want to do. There's options. They can have the wheel play, try to get the runner out at third. But what you have to do if you're Blanco is you have to bunt the ball towards third. You must make the third baseman field the ball. There's no way, unless the wheel plays on, that they could get the runner out at third. Peavy running at first is an option to throw to second as well.
So score that as a sacrifice and a fielder's choice, and an opportunity for Blanco now to bunt. And of course the Giants, after a successful challenge, keep it. Still got that to use moving forward today. And that was, by the way, you said that kind of wondering what was happening in Baltimore. I just heard a little voice in my ear. There were no challenges in Baltimore today, so that was the first challenge of the postseason. First challenge in postseason history, as a matter of fact. And it led to a call being overturned. A ball and no strikes to Gregor Blanco.
Well, why this is good strategy is because the guy on deck, he makes contact. We talked about his short stroke. He doesn't try to do anything else. So you would think as a pitcher, you'll take the out. One of the best scenarios is to get him to pop up or strike out trying to bunt. But you'll take the out. You've got to think about preventing 1 run. First and second, nobody out. Stay away from the huge inning. Take the out, sac fly or ground ball, or possibly another out without the run scoring. Stay away from the big inning. Don't get caught up in this being a tough situation.
Blanco bunts it foul. He's down to 1 and 2 now. Yeah, these were among the situations that we visited with Steve McCatty about yesterday, the Nationals pitching coach. And again, to reiterate, he feels like Steven Strasburg has evolved this year alone in trying to force action previously to kind of letting the game flow dictate what he's trying to do and stay on course.
haven't seen many of those power curveballs. I wonder if this is the time right here. Going for the strikeout, 1 and 2. Try to throw that curveball over the middle of the plate. Have it almost bounce on the back of the plate. See if he can get Blanco to swing at it.
Blanco sends a drive out to center. This hangs for Span. 1 away. Brings the crowd to its feet.
Yeah, interesting choice. Good solid contact, but to the center fielder, not a lot of speed at second. He went with the fastball. He's staying stubborn here in the first 3 innings. So far, so good.
So now the left-handed hitting second baseman Joe Panik.
Tell you what, this guy really has impressed me. I mean, he has been somebody that seems like he's been up more than just this year. He has really filled that void at second base for San Francisco.
Another former first-round pick. But unlike first-round choices like Bryce Harper, Buster Posey, Steven Strasburg, Panik's selection in 2011, taken 29th overall out of St. John's, came as a surprise to some. That one gets away from Ramos. A free 90 feet for both Ishikawa and Peavy, and there are runners at second and third with only 1 away.
He just flat out missed it. Tailing fastball that catches the end of his webbing. Nationals are going to play back and hope to get a ground ball and just give up 1 run versus trying to play the infield in. Create a better batting average for the batter at the plate with the infield in.
There's nowhere to hide here. Buster Posey waiting on deck. 2 balls and a strike to the rookie second baseman. Strasburg about to contend with the run-producing part of the Giants' order. And San Francisco with its first real opportunity to score today. On a hop pass, Cabrera on into right center field. Here's Ishikawa, Peavy to third. It's 1-0 Giants.
Again, it's what I talked about. Not a lot of wasted movement out of this guy at the plate, and whether it's a fastball or changeup, you just see him take his hand straight to the ball, go right up the middle. He knows a ground ball is going to get a run, and he gets rewarded with a hit. No wasted movement right here. Easy stroke and a changeup that didn't get below the barrel of the belt or the bat, and he was able to get a big base hit. Peavy didn't read it real well, but as a pitcher, I don't think the third base coach was too bothered by 1 base at a time.
So now Buster Posey, who flied to right in his first try today, takes a fastball for a strike. Buster Posey hit a cool .346 with runners in scoring position during the regular season, 4th best in the circuit. His road batting average almost .350, best in the National League. A situation that seems to be set up for Giants success here against the right-hander. 1-1. By the way, Joe Panik, if you're going to name a Giants postseason MVP after how many innings have they played? 11 postseason innings this year. It's going to get some consideration. I know Crawford hit the big slam on Wednesday night, but Joe Panik's got 4 hits now in his 7 postseason plate appearances. A ball and 2 strikes to Posey.
You definitely can see Strasburg more conventionally confident out of the windup. Runners on second and third. He went to the windup. Now obviously he's got to stay out of the stretch, but mechanically speaking, he's made some adjustments. And as long as he gets the fastball closer to where the glove is, he can live in the zone. He can power some guys when his fastball is that good. Breaking out that curveball, we've yet to see a slew of them yet.
Posey hits it on the ground to Rendon, to Cabrera for one. The relay back to LaRoche, the double play. The damage minimized and a lone run. Giants on the board first, however, it's 1-0 San Francisco. One is presented by Budweiser. 1-0 Giants, but a big inning averted on a huge double play ball off the bat of former National League MVP Buster Posey. So just one run of support for Jake Peavy in the top of the inning, bottom of the third, and it'll be Strasburg followed by Denard Span and Anthony Rendon. Ball and a strike. We talked about the subplot between Strasburg and Peavy earlier. The fact that Steven was a freshman at San Diego State University, watching Jake Peavy in 2007 as a San Diego Padre. Season he won his Cy Young Award. Jake Peavy was asked about that before the series and said, "We are friendly. We've spent time together, and I'm a Steven Strasburg fan." So they have something of a mutual admiration society at this point in their careers. 2-2.
Peavy's got to treat him like a hitter because Steven can hit a little bit. I know his average may not show it, but he's got the capability of handling himself all right.
It's a bouncing ball for Crawford. One gone here in the third for the Nationals leadoff hitter Denard Span. Let's learn a little bit more about the Washington center fielder.
My favorite baseball player growing up was Ken Griffey Jr. My favorite sports cliche is "it is what it is." If I could face any pitcher, Randy Johnson. He looked nasty.
Wanted to face Randy Johnson.
That's a brave man.
Well, Span has had an outstanding year. A .302 batting average. The National League's leading hit total, and did a lot of his big work here at home. A .350 batting average, .348 to be exact, in D.C.
Saw that foul ball, and what's unusual, again, in the postseason, you got 2 extra umpires. One further down the line. They're responsible for balls that go down the line, fair or foul, for home runs and or base hits or doubles. So 2 extra umpires. They don't practice it a lot, but they're armed and ready to make every call that you could possibly need for this game in the series.
Never have too many eyeballs with the stakes as high as they are in the postseason. Span behind 0-2. Anthony Rendon waiting on deck. Jake Peavy yet to allow a base hit this afternoon.
Interesting note why they're closer now than when they used to, the umpires, because it's a better view when the ball goes by them to have the angle than they were further down the line where they used to do it, and they found that angle, imagine a ball coming and then you look and try to see it, your angle's not going to be the same, so they're closer and they can turn around and see that ball fair or foul a lot easier.
Yeah, somewhere there's a couple of Minnesota Twins fans yelling at their TV saying, where was that when Joe Mauer hit that ball into the corner at Yankee Stadium?
Yeah.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Denard Span. Span, a former Twin, first rounder by the Twins back in 2002. Spent his first 5 big league seasons in the Twin Cities. He's turned into something of a cornerstone here with the Nats. Line to right. Ball kind of snuck up on Hunter Pence, but there are 2 away here in the 3rd. Let's get the details on that comeback effort by the Birds. Kevin Burkhardt back at our Fox Sports 1 studios. Kevin, thanks. Tigers backed up against the wall. They've got David Price in game 3. Wow, what a turn of events. But by the way, Delman Young is the kind of guy that you worry about when you get to this time of year.
No doubt, just like Pablo Sandoval. I mean, they're both free swingers. They both hit bad pitches, meaning bad balls that you would traditionally get guys out on. And they've got that X factor where they just love this time, and his average has gone up, and Delman Young's had some big hits. He had one for the Tigers not too long ago in the postseason. Yep. Now he had a huge one against his old team.
A ball and a strike to the former Rice University standout Anthony Rendon.
You know, it's interesting with all the start times. Somebody's got to play at this time, and somebody's got to play at 12. Well, there's a bonus here because it's cloudy. And so we're not going to deal with, or at least temporarily not going to deal with the hitters having to deal with the shadow of the stadium and it creeping out towards the mound. So right now all pretty neutral for pitcher and hitter as far as visuals.
Yeah, later on tonight if you're on the East Coast, this afternoon if you're out west, a pitching matchup in Los Angeles in game 1 between the Cardinals and the Dodgers that certainly doesn't need any additional help from Mother Nature. And the later they go into the day out at Chavez Ravine between Adam Wainwright and Clayton Kershaw, the more those shadows may give 2 big time arms even more help. Terrific matchup later on Fox Sports 1. A 1-hopper back to Jake Peavy. 3 no-hit innings for the San Francisco right-hander. innings by a very stingy Jake Peavy with the Giants on top 1-0. Back with John Smoltz and J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian, top half of the fourth. And it'll be Pablo Sandoval, Hunter Pence, and Brandon Belt against Steven Strasburg. The two-time All-Star flied to center in his first try today. And is behind quickly here, 0-2.
Been really impressed with Strasburg. Big moment. Last inning, got out of it with 1. He could have got out of it with 0 defensively. They didn't get the runner at second. And he hasn't panicked. He hasn't shown any outwardly concerns or fidget movements in the fact that he's just staying with his game plan. Quietly with his mechanics, throwing his fastball firm.
Swatted back up the box and through, a base hit. So the second straight inning the Giants have opened with a base hit back up the middle. It's time for our manager interview, brought to you by DirecTV. And I know we're early into this one, but we asked Matt Williams between innings for a 3-inning report card on his Nats.
Well, I think he's throwing the ball good. Fastball's up, velocity-wise. Changeup's down. They've hit a couple of good pitches. Panic hit a decent pitch. Changeup down and away from him. So, all in all, pretty good so far. We need to get to Jake a little bit if we can.
Yeah, Jake's been pretty good. He doesn't have the old Jake fastball, but he really seems to be moving the ball in and out, cutting it a little bit, and just keeping it off the barrel of the bat.
Yeah, he's learned how to do that. Once you don't have 97 anymore, you learn how to pitch, and he's fantastic. He's been doing this a long time. He's had our numbers for the first 3, but we hope to scratch some against him.
Matt Williams at the age of 48, John, and as a rookie manager, he's still not far enough removed from his playing days to where he's managing against guys that he faced. He faced Jake Peavy.
Yeah, that got a new wave of managers in the game, and I'll tell you what, Matt Williams has done a great job just restoring or developing the identity of this Nationals team. I thought that was one thing that was missing, as their mission to get to the playoffs and World Series hasn't come to fruition yet. And I'll tell you, he did it with his superstar, sitting him down right away. He said, hey, look, we made a pact. We made a pact that we're going to run out the 90s, and anyone that doesn't do it, you're going to be sitting next to me, and haven't had an issue since. And I think for this young team with high promise, he has been a good leader first year at the job, and he's hoping to have some pretty good success as they move through the playoffs.
2 balls and a strike to Hunter Pence. Fights off a pitch up around his nose, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Another guy that's come in here and done a nice job and really influenced Strasburg has been Doug Fister, a veteran pitcher. They haven't really had much veteran pitchers here. They've been a young staff with high promise and potential. And Fister and his work ethic and everything that he goes into pitching a baseball game has had an influence on these guys, and it's no fluke that their numbers as a whole is pretty good.
A breaking ball hit on the ground is shortstop. Desmond to Cabrera, over to LaRoche, not in time. Pence runs well and was just able to beat out the other end of that double play.
LaRoche is so smooth with his glove and the scoop, like it's no big deal. You see the turn and then the scoop. Just beat it out. And there was one of those breaking balls. On this time, second time through the lineup, you start attacking the hitters a little bit differently and reading what their swings are off your fastball. And that was a good breaking ball that he got Pence to lean out and hit it softly to short.
So 1 out, 1 on now for Brandon Belt, who flied to left in his first try today. 26-year-old slugging first baseman who was off to such a terrific start this year before injuries kind of railroaded his 2014. Broken thumb on May 9th cost him 50 games. And then most troublingly, a concussion in late July that limited him to just 15 games down the stretch over the season's final 2 months.
I'll tell you what, the left-handers for this team of late has been pretty good. Talked about Panic and what he's done in 2 games. Of course, Crawford's grand slam. This guy getting a couple hits and As you mentioned, missing a lot of time. Some not your prototypical injuries either. Broken bone and then a concussion.
Yeah, Bruce Bochy and the Giants. Bochy telling us yesterday they wanted to make sure that Brandon Belt was 100% before turning him loose, as one would understand. Pence at first with one away. Dancing like he wants to go.
Well, you can tell. I mean, you know, each pitcher does it differently. Strasburg turns and looks at the runner a long time before he comes back. You can tell there's maybe just a little bit uncomfortable with the runner on first. He's concentrating on delivering the ball to home, but he's looking at him a long time right there, and then he'll come set and try to figure out if he wants to go over to first or deliver his pitch.
He might be just looking at him because he looks like such a spaz. I mean, watching Hunter Pence go about his business, and he is one of the best in the game in terms of being an all-around talent. He gives you everything. Defense, he can run, hits for power and average. But as John alluded to earlier, when you watch him, it is not how you teach somebody to go about it. He's got his own style.
I've nicknamed him the praying mantis. And the way he runs, the way he throws, and how he gets it done. It's just fun to watch because it's not what you would normally see mechanically or fundamentally.
And Belt's hanging around after another foul ball. Steven Strasburg, by the way, has had 9 2-strike counts today. And he's facing his 15th batter of the afternoon. Only 1 strikeout.
Yeah, it's a little unusual. And when he gets you ahead in the count as a pitcher, it's a 136 average. That's stunning. That's tough to counteract. 0-2, it's 0.89. So with 2 strikes, he's got so many weapons to put you out. Right now, today, he's been primarily fastball changeup.
Pence runs. The throw down from Ramos is too late. Pence in well ahead of the throw.
Great jump on what I think is a changeup that fades away. Pence takes advantage of it in scoring position. You know, when you leave the bullpen, you never know from start to start what feels good, whether you've got your sharpness, but at some point during the game you've got to find a way to get some pitch working and throw it, even if it doesn't feel great at the time. I'm not saying that that's not the case with Strasburg. We just haven't seen that many curveballs in his game plan early on.
So a chance now after the stolen base for Brandon Belt to drive in a run with a base hit. Crawford next with 1 away here in the 4th. And a base hit to right. Do they try it with Pence? Tim Flannery waving him home. Throw to the plate will be too late. 2-0 San Francisco.
Mentioned the firm changeups that he throws. Is 90 miles an hour, even though you're looking for 98. See him stay on the ball. There's no vertical and up and down changing of the eyesight of the hitters right now, so they're really locked in on a fastball or a changeup that's kind of staying in the same plane. Good hitting, good discipline by the Giants so far, and taking advantage of those opportunities, cashing in with a 2-run lead.
So now Brandon Crawford, a strikeout victim, back in the 2nd. I'll tell you, there is no explaining the Giants. And John, you and I were talking about this for the last couple of days. With a team like the Nationals, you lay them out on paper, you see how dominant they are in terms of all their offensive ranks and pitching ranks in particular, and you can say, yeah, I get it. They won 96 games during the regular season. Best overall record in the circuit. Take this little rally by the Giants as an example as to how difficult it is to quantify San Francisco's success statistically. They're last in the National League in stolen bases, yet Pence steals a bag here to set up a guy who's batting 192 with runners in scoring position. He cashes in with a base hit. Pence scores. 2-0 Giants.
Well, they're not bothered by a lot, and that's credit to their 7 straight elimination game wins, and that manager who doesn't seem to have a probably never gets a fever, probably never gets a temperature, stays right there. Strasburg, last pitch, real good. Probably the first pitch Laz Diaz has missed. That looked like a strike. Changed the count from 0-2 to 1-1.
Belt off first, a ball and a strike, the count to Brandon Crawford. To 1-2.
Front side of Steven Strasburg so important. It is with every pitcher. The front shoulder, he's got a big guy. They talk about his W or inverted M, however you want to talk about it. His elbows and arms and just the leverage that he creates with that whip of an arm. But the one thing that when it works well, that front shoulder's quiet. It's kind of like the gun barrel, looking through a gun barrel, the sight. That's your sight for a pitcher. And when he stays calm and poised, he hits his location. When he pulls it, the ball's going to get flattened out. Talking to Steve McCaddy, talking about when he gets up in the zone, 4-seamer or even his 2-seamer up in the zone, he goes back to the 2-seamer to go downhill. This is a tall, slender guy that needs to pitch downhill. His velocity down is even more than what the radar gun says because it comes out so quick. Stride is long, so it looks like he's getting on the hitter just as well.
5 singles have translated into 2 runs for the Giants. Here's another one. Their 6th single of the day. Brandon Crawford has a base hit. First and second with 1 away. Hey, the suspense continues next on Fox Sports 1. The Cardinals and Dodgers. Then later tonight on TBS, the Royals and the Angels. Tomorrow, NLDS Game 2 of this Giants National Series here on Fox Sports 1. Cardinals Dodgers on MLB Network. Don't miss all the action.
Good trip to the mound here by the pitching coach, just getting everybody reestablished with this part of the lineup. You can wiggle out of some problems. Of course, the 8th hitter is always followed in the National League by the pitcher. One of the toughest positions to hit in the National League is the 8th spot, mainly because you got no protection, and they don't really want to pitch to you, so they try to pitch around you to get to the pitcher.
You're talking like an 8-hole hitter making excuses for yourself. Did you ever bat 8th?
No, never did. Never did.
Here's Travis Ishikawa now, the Giants' number 8 hitter. A run in, runners at first and second, and 1 away. Ishikawa singled and scored the first run of the afternoon back in the 3rd. And on the first pitch, he pops it up. Rendon for out number 2. By the way, that run that the Giants scored in the 3rd, the first run allowed by Steven Strasburg since September 10th.
Yeah, the first run by the starters. Coming into this, it was 31 consecutive scoreless innings, so they were on a roll, and typically they don't fear anybody, because why should they? They've got the best staff in baseball statistically, and they got some arms to back it up.
So now Jake Peavy with 1 run in and 2 out. 2 runners on base. Offers it that first pitch. Fastball. 0-1. Yeah, the rest of the matchups in this series are good ones. And certainly if you're a Nationals fan, you are buoyed by every one of them. Because as John mentions, lowest team ERA in the game. Among the team statistical categories they lead. A great play by Rendon to second in time to force out Crawford. Plug in Anthony Rendon anywhere in the infield. Second base, third base, and a terrific play prevents any further damage in the 4th. The Nationals behind 2-0 early on. Jason Worth will lead things off in the Washington half of the fourth. It'll be Worth, LaRoche, and Desmond against Jake Peavy, for whom the first 3 innings could not have gone any better. He's gotten some support by Brandon Belt, Hunter Pence, and a slider swung on and missed by Jason Worth.
Well, this is going right according to his plan and how he's pitched with the Giants. First through 4 innings, he's been lights out. First at bat, second at bat, no problems. Where he starts getting some hiccups is the 3rd and 4th plate appearances by the hitters, and the 5th and 6th inning.
Off the end of the bat, Q-shotted foul. Well, for Jake Peavy, who promised a slower tempo, a more thoughtful approach in this postseason start than in his prior attempts, he's made good on that. Emotions have gotten the better of Jake, to his own admission, in some of his past postseason starts. So far, so good. 3 no-hit innings today.
Yeah, normally if we had an RPM gauge, much like the RPM on a car, he would redline at times. He would get that thing going, and he would try in his own way to get him going if it wasn't going the way he would like. And so far, that hasn't had to even tempt with that. It's been under control.
Yeah, your suggestion of a heart rate monitor hooked up to the telecast was a good one. I just think, you might be a little more forward thinking than we're capable of delivering at this point. But we got what you were talking about for sure. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Worth. Jason Worth in his 7th postseason.
That's a good evidence of what we talked about as he talks raising the fastball and the eye level of the hitter. Jake always had great sink, great depth at the end of the plate, almost like a split finger fastball. And now he's actually learned to get belt high with that fastball above the hands, trying to change it for him. He's had some success with that.
2-2. Worth drew a base on balls with 2 away in the first. 1 of 2 walks issued by Peavy today. And as you've heard it said throughout this postseason, in the playoffs, a walk's a rally. Jason able to hold up there, 3-2 now.
Well, for as big as he is, he does a great job of just working the count. And like I said, I've never seen a guy more comfortable when the count's not in his favor. 3-2, somewhat of a neutral count, but he's had a higher batting average when it's a pitcher's count.
He drew a first inning walk on a 7-pitch at bat. This will be his 7th pitch in this plate appearance. On the corner, a generous one it was for Peavy's 3rd strikeout of the day.
Yeah, that's just tip your hat, even if this pitch is not a strike. What a great pitch, 3-2. He hasn't gotten some of these calls. He's been around this corner and the plate. That one maybe just a little bit off the plate. Worth recognizing the strike zone and his strike zone awareness pretty good. Laid off of it thinking it was a ball.
So 1 gone for Adam LaRoche, just as the crowd was starting to get back into this, or trying to get back into this. Peavy's kept him quiet for most of the start of the day.
Looking back at some of the starts that Peavy makes, he really doesn't throw like 3-4 fastballs in a row. He doesn't have and give you too much of the same. It's a cutter here, it's a changeup to lead you off, it's a slider here, and he keeps the hitter guessing. And to his credit, as we talked again, he's reinvented himself. And the ego's been checked out a long time ago. As he's gotten older, he's realized, you know what, I just can't grind in the strike zone as much as I used to, and I'm going to finesse it at times.
Much the same way you were talking about Doug Fister having a positive impact on Steven Strasburg with the Nationals. Jake Peavy cites his final seasons in San Diego, when Greg Maddux was a staff mate of his, as being among his real influential times. Came under the tutelage of the professor And Greg Maddux helped him in a number of ways. Helped him slow the game down. Helped him visualize his success. Try less. The little phrase that your old teammate used to throw around there.
Yeah, he was invaluable. And as Jake commented, he said, look, he got ready for 2 starts. His start and my start. He was just into my start as much as he was into his, and he helped me a lot.
Still 2-2 to Adam LaRoche.
Got him looking at video, seeing swings differently, seeing spots to throw the ball versus just go ahead and, as we say, rev it up and get after it. And then he taught him that, you don't have to strike every single person out. Jake Peavy was a high strikeout, record-setting strikeout type guy for San Diego.
Yeah, franchise records for strikeouts by a Padre pitcher over a career, single game strikeout records. He is a 2-time National League strikeout leader. Back-to-back full counts. He struck out Jason Worth and is now 3-2 to Adam LaRoche.
Matter of fact, I got pretty lucky pitching a game against Peavy. He struck out 17 guys. It was not fair, but he did not get the win. And he reminded me of that the other day, of those games that don't make sense. You strike out 17 and get the loss.
6th full count of the start, and LaRoche squares one up and lines it to center right at Blanco, however. And there are 2 away in the 4th. Hey, a reminder, tomorrow college football returns as Iowa State takes on number 21 Oklahoma State on Fox Sports 1. Then it's a huge Big 12 showdown between 2 unbeaten teams. 4th-ranked Oklahoma battles number 25 TCU on Fox, followed by Michigan squaring off against Rutgers on Big 10 Network, while Arizona State takes on number 16 USC on Fox. Coverage begins at noon Eastern on Fox and Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. 2 out, bases empty now for the shortstop Ian Desmond. A ground ball too short in his first try today. Desmond behind 0-2.
Desmond's one of those guys with a little bit of a high strikeout total, 183 on the year. Only 46 walks to the 593 at bat. So he's the guy that as a pitcher you can get and expand the strike zone a little bit more. But he does have some power.
24 home runs, most among major league shortstops this year. Out to right. Hunter Pence is on for it. A 1-2-3-4 by the former Cy Young Award winner, who is in control this afternoon. National League Division Series in a starting pitching matchup that has not disappointed. Yes, Steven Strasburg's given up a couple of runs, only one earned, and on the other side of the scorecard, Jake Peavy has been masterful. 4 no-hit innings, he struck out 3 and silenced a once rowdy pregame Nationals crowd.
That's the goal of every visiting pitcher. You know it's going to be loud. You just try to get it to a dull roar and get them second guessing themselves. This can't be happening. We've got Strasburg on the mound. This can't be happening. So far, he has held them hitless. Strauss, on the other hand, has done a nice job controlling the big inning and making sure nothing gets carried away. May not have the arsenal where you see a lot of strikeouts per se. Doesn't have that many, but he has managed the game well for his first postseason game.
Top of the order for the Giants here in the 5th. Gregor Blanco, Joe Panik, and Buster Posey. You know, occasionally there are those decorated, much ballyhooed starting pitching matchups in the postseason that don't shake out that way. I mean, who would have ever thought that John Lester and James Shields would have been the starting pitchers in the 9-8 AL wildcard game, as was the case in Kansas City on Tuesday. But so far, these two have not disappointed. There's ball 4 to Blanco. Leadoff hitters aboard for the 3rd consecutive inning.
Yeah, that starts putting pressure on a pitcher. When we talked about in the onset, the one thing you want to do as a starting pitcher at this time of the year, get the first guy out. Because you get the first guy out, you're always one pitch away if somebody gets on of getting out of the inning with a double play. But now you don't get the first guy, and you start thinking about all the combinations at times you do of what could happen. You walk the first guy, statistically it bodes well for the offense.
See how the Giants decide to play this with really the ideal number 2 hitter. Joe Panik, known as a bat control guy when he was drafted out of St. John's, when he played in the developmental system with the Giants. Thus his presence in the 2 spot today.
And I mentioned in the beginning, he would give a fit to a lot of guys who throw hard that typically hitters don't rely and trust on their hands. He trusts his hands mechanically. He doesn't have a lot of moving parts. He doesn't seem phased in his early entrance into the big leagues. And right on the scene goes into the postseason. You see that a lot. Crowd trying to get Strasburg back on track.
Posey next with a man aboard and nobody out. To 2-0 now. Well, we mentioned Joe Panik, one of a number of former first rounders in this matchup today. Senior columnist on FoxSports.com, JP Morosi, with us today and throughout the series. JP, give us a little more in the way of bio on Joe Panik.
Well, Matt, Joe Panik grew up in Hopewell Junction, New York, about an hour or so north of New York City, so it's probably not a surprise. He grew up a Derek Jeter fan, and he said with Jeter's retirement, he's had friends telling him and texting him, I feel like my childhood is ending with Derek Jeter retiring. But certainly, Matt, maybe he's channeling a bit of the captain's calm here in the month of October.
Yeah, that's not a bad comparison, I think. Joe Panik could be happy with that. Again, growing up a Yankee fan, stayed that way at St. John's. And trying with the runner at first and nobody out to continue something here in the Giants' 5th. When Joe Panik cashed in with that 3-hit game on Wednesday, we talked about how good he's been so far in his brief postseason experience. He tied a franchise record for hits in a postseason debut. And they're not garden variety names that he is alongside. Hall of Famers Frankie Frisch, Mellott, Monty Irvin, among a couple of others.
Well, this 3-1 pitch, you're looking, if you're Panik, to try to get the hole between first and second. It'll be the best pitch you'll see as far as knowing that a fastball is coming. Now, Strasburg has the guts to throw a changeup. You'll really mess up the hitter's approach, but he struggled with some strikes coming out. More than likely a fastball here. Don't know if the Giants will put Blanco in motion or not, but with the bat control that Panik has, I will say yes. they will send them out.
And I believe it was a changeup that Panik hit in the third for an RBI knock. See what he comes with on 3-1. Runner goes. Bouncing ball to second base. The Giants stay out of the double play by sending Blanco, and there's one away in the inning. So now Buster Posey, whose big bat has been mitigated twice this afternoon. A fly out in the first and then a big double play in the third.
Normal circumstances, you would pitch maybe around Posey, but Sandoval's been so good in the postseason that that doesn't leave a good option, even though you're still not going to throw it down the middle.
And it sounded like Buster broke his bat on that first pass and did. 0-1 to the former National League MVP.
Now that changeup that he threw right there, it's got a little hang to it. Okay, it doesn't have the depth. And the Nationals and the shortstop are going to make sure right here that they got the signs that no location's being given. This changeup, because it was up enough, but the change of speeds kept Posey from actually staying on. He broke his bat because he was anticipating a fastball. But that changeup that he's so known for in this second half, he gets a lot of swings and misses with it as well. You see the variety of pitches that we've seen out of Strasburg, 99 to 81.
Oh, 2. You know, you talk about Strasburg's changeup. He throws his fastball about 3 times as more often as he does the change. Yet gets almost the same percentage of his strikeouts with that changeup. There you see opponents batting just 152 against it. Oh, 2 pitch to Posey, hits him. An 0-2 pitch that ran in on his hands. And there are runners at first and second with one away.
Now trying to bury this two-seamer in, and it just kind of catches him on the forearm, top of the forearm. That's not going to feel great. And now the usually aggressive Sandoval at the plate. A guy you can double up, obviously, but a guy that can hit the gap just as easily on an awkward pitch. He's a great bad ball hitter.
Pablo Sandoval has a single this afternoon. 2 runners aboard with 1 away. That 4th inning single by Sandoval, by the way, extends a postseason hitting streak for him and runs it to 12 straight. We go back, of course, to the 2012 World Series. Ran roughshod over the Tigers in Game 1 and never looked back. 1-1.
Good comeback pitch there after Strasburg didn't get the call. What looked like a strike over the inner part of the plate to go ball 1. Now he levels the count at 1-1. It changes the at bat. You know, it changes your mindset. When you make a good pitch to an aggressive hitter and he takes it and you think it's a strike and it doesn't get called a strike, to come right back there is credit Strasburg.
Hunter Pence waiting next. And a ball and 2 strikes to the man affectionately known as the Panda in the San Francisco Bay Area. Looks like Wilson Ramos either took the bat or a foul tip there.
Yeah, this ball 96 coming in and a foul tip off the shoulder. Even though there's some padding there, it's not enough. Big pitch here, 1-2. Crowd really trying to stay in this game and get the Nationals back at the plate, trying to get some offense.
A ball and 2 strikes to Pablo Sandoval. He struck him out.
Look more like the 4-seam variety. Tremendous tight spin. 4 seam back spin up. You can see the barrel of the bat just underneath. 97.
Just the second strikeout by Strasburg this afternoon, but a huge one. Still not out of trouble. Hunter Pence, the batter, 2 out, 2 on.
Yeah, he'll be aggressive too, so making a good pitch.
Denard Span is playing him toward right, just giving him a step towards the opposite field. But if you take a look at where Hunter Pence's hits drop in, he is kind of an equal damage guy. Most of them up the middle, but not by much. And Pence in front, 2-0 now.
Well, we talked about non-conventional, and this is non-conventional in this day and age where guys get big lumber. Look at it, he chokes up on the bat, and he's still able to reach the outside part of the plate and of course pull his hands in on the inside. You don't see too many guys with these kind of numbers choke up like this and get it done.
Popped him up in the infield. A huge out by Steven Strasburg to end the inning. 2 left stranded. Middle of the afternoon, still 2-0 Giants. With John Smoltz and J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian back at Nationals Park. Bryce Harper leads off the home half of the 5th. Giants on top of the Nationals 2-0. Harper, Ramos, and Cabrera for a Nationals team this afternoon, Mr. Smoltz, looking for its first base hit of the game.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, great first pitch there, a changeup away. You knew Harper was going to be aggressive, loves to swing at the first pitch, and he swung and missed. That one he pulled, he got away with it because it went down and in. but you can just sense that Harper and all that he's meant to this organization would love to get this crowd going if he could get a ball up and elevate it.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Harper. Peavy has struck out 3 this afternoon. The only base runners, 2 walks. Each of them coming with 2 away. Neither one of them getting off of first base.
I find it interesting. With Bryce Harper, brings about all kinds of attention. Nothing he says or does goes unnoticed. They had a comment, you know, we're talking about what do you think, or whatever the question was asked. Says, I think I should be playing center field. And ever since that comment, their center fielder, coincidence or not, Bernard Span has been unbelievable. And ever since that, the team has been unbelievable. Gone on a nice roll. Very polarizing superstar here.
On the ground, knocked down by Belt, and the Nationals have their first base hit of the day.
See, this ball wasn't hit real hard, but in a perfect spot. Belt did the best he could to knock it down, but the speed of Harper was going to beat it out. So the crowd waited a long time for Strasburg to make his debut. They waited almost 5 innings, well, 4 innings to get their first hit.
Get Bryce Harper doing his ML Carr impersonation at first base. If he had a towel in his hand, he'd have waved it. So a runner to lead off, and now it's Wilson Ramos. Folks here have been waiting for an opportunity to get back in it. Ramos walked in the second. A chopper back up the middle. Panic flips to Crawford. An off-balance throw to first is in time to double off Ramos, and just like that, rally almost over. The very first pitch after a swell of enthusiasm out of the fans, and there are 2 away and nobody aboard.
Well, you see a little bit how far that Crawford's got to come, and he pauses thinking he might do it himself, but then at the last minute he gets over there and turns the double play, and here it goes. We're revving it up. Red line and almost. Watch out.
That's good. That's old Jake Peavy from 05-06. 2 away now for Asdrubal Cabrera. But moments after Bryce Harper's enthusiasm kind of changed the tone here. It was Jake Peavy doing all the yelling.
Double plays are so beautiful for a pitcher, but you saw the way that one developed. It wasn't didn't look like middle infielders read each other real well, but they adapted. Because the catcher was running, Crawford with a great arm knew he could just one hop it in there to first. Didn't put much on the throw, mainly to do because he was getting over there late.
Boy, that double play does a lot of things in terms of Matt Williams' decision making as well. If there was a rally sustained here in the inning, we might have been looking at a pinch hitter for Steven Strasburg in the 5th. Instead, it's Strasburg on deck with 2 out and the base is empty. Foul pop. Crawford calling off Sandoval to retire the side. Boy, the pendulum of emotion swinging quickly here in D.C. We'll be back to Washington, D.C. after a word from your local Fox station.
early, as opposed to Jake takes his time. He gets out there and he's going to use those 3 minutes to not rush out to the mound.
Steven Strasburg back to work, top of the 6th inning, trailing by 2. Belt, Crawford, and Ishikawa, and another leadoff hitter reaching base. It's the 4th straight inning the Giants have put their leadoff hitter aboard.
And staying out of the windup has not been a consistent theme for Steven, and the fact that he has wiggled out of some jams is credit to really his poise right now. More than likely it's his last inning. He's coming up to lead off next inning, so you know that as a pitcher, and you just want to be able to put another 0 on the board, and hopefully your team will rally for you.
Brandon Crawford now, he's 1 for 2 today. What were you like, by the way? And your postseason experiences were so broad and they spanned such a long time. Did you change your mid-game routines at all as your postseason experience wore on?
No, not really. I'd like to take my time and really I enjoyed every one of the starts. I mean, I really couldn't wait to get out there. Some guys, we talk about get amped up. But I love the opportunity. If this is the way it goes, you basically are throwing an inning in a regular season game, and that's what you get face value. Postseason game, it's like 2 innings for every inning. The stress, everything that goes into it, the effort. You don't pitch a postseason game anticipating your next. You pitch a regular season game anticipating your next. And that's a big difference because you don't know if your team and if the series is going to go where you even get that next start. So we always had a theory and philosophy is pass the baton on to the next guy. Make the next guy's job easier if you can.
Well, that opportunity comes tomorrow. The next guy's up tomorrow night. John and I will be here for game 2 of the series. Tim Hudson and Jordan Zimmerman. Back up the middle, and that one gets through. Belt to second, back-to-back singles open the Giants' 6th.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if they adopted this approach, but the San Francisco Giants are taking what Strasburg's given. They're not crushing them, but they're hitting it up the middle. They're not over swinging, and it looks like that might be the end for a guy who didn't pitch that poorly.
5+ from Steven Strasburg this afternoon. He leaves with 2 runners on and nobody out in the 6th. Some of the images from the early stages of the afternoon, and a 2-0 Giants lead that Jerry Blevins hopes doesn't get any worse. Runners at first and second with nobody out, and the first pitching move of the series enter the veteran left-hander. He'll face Travis Ishikawa, who has singled and scored today. Brandon Belt singled to lead it off. Brandon Crawford singled right behind him. That spelled the end of the afternoon for Steven Strasburg. Enter Blevins. .64 appearances during the regular season. Fourth time in the last 5 years that Blevins has appeared in 60 or more games. And the former A gets a swing and a miss by Travis Ishikawa.
90 to 91 mile-an-hour sinkers, very sneaky quick. A change up at 84, and he's got a big sweeping curveball that he's going to try to use against left-handers. And he's in a little bit of a tough situation, although the pitcher's on deck. That's why this hitter's so important. You anticipate Peavy's going to bunt, so if you can get a strikeout, possibly double play, you can wiggle out of this jam.
A ball and a strike, the count to Ishikawa. Well, Steven Strasburg today was making his 110th career start, as you see the final line. And it was just the 7th time in his career, the 7th of 110 starts, in which he struck out 2 or fewer batters. And don't get us wrong, we're not here preaching strikeouts as the only means to success, but this one just didn't go the way Stevens usually go.
Yeah, he attacked with the fastball early. He pulled some two-seamers over the middle of the plate. They didn't hit him hard, but they were able to stay on him because they weren't as sharp and didn't have downward action. The confusing thing to me and the interesting thing was he must not have felt really good with his curveball, because we do expect a lot of strikeouts, up and down, in and out. And that's what the curveball can have the effect. It changes the eye level of the hitter, and they were able to stay on fastballs and changeups primarily throughout the game.
The 1-2 to Ishikawa. Oh, wow. Blevins just missed.
That's that big sweeping curveball I talked about. It's a good one. At some point, felt like this ball crossed home plate in the strike zone, but he caught it down. And that might have been one of the indicators that led it to be called a ball.
Could understand the timing of the move from Matt Williams' standpoint. Travis Ishikawa just 2 for 12 against left-handed pitching this year. And Strasburg giving up a couple of singles, trying to keep it a 2-run game, and Blevins does his job.
Well, this is how good Strasburg's going to be. This wasn't his best game, but they didn't exactly tattoo him. These are sinkers, fastballs in the middle of the plate, up the middle, giant hitters, not doing too much. Ball on the ground. Sometimes these are hit at people, but they weren't today. And you look at the line score and you go, 2 strikeouts, 8 hits. He must not have been very good. But on the contrary, I think it was a good start for him. He kept his team in it. At this point, down only 2 runs, and he'll build onto this, and he'll just keep getting better and better and better, and you'll see those strikeout totals for sure go up the more postseason opportunities he gets.
Yeah, 8 singles. The 8 hits all just base hits, and part of Steven Strasburg's frustration today. 1 out. Here's Peavy again trying to bunt.
Again, you want to try to bunt the ball to third base firm enough so that he has to field it.
Clarifying signals with third base coach Tim Flannery. Those two were together for a number of years in San Diego as well.
Roach is going to be coming in and attacking as soon as he squares around. Rendon's going to have to read, and he pulls it back, which is what you have to do to keep them honest. The last thing a charging infielder wants to see is a guy that squares around and pulls it back, and now you're out of position.
Yeah, why not? Jake Peavy's always been kind of a throwback style player. Why not pull back and the old butcher boy, chop one over an infielder's head? 2 balls and no strikes. Top of the order next. Peavy swings away.
He said people may think he looks 40. Today he's playing like he's 23. Today he is in the moment. He is absolutely living it out, and you could tell the desire he has to not only shake some of the past postseason games that he's had, but more importantly, continue that good run he's on.
Boy, Jake doing a really good job disguising exactly what his intentions are during this plate appearance. Now he's in front 3-1. Swings away on 3-1 and sends a fly ball out to shallow right. There are 2 away.
You get 2 schools of thought there if you're Bruce Bochy. You're up 2-0. Why not try to get lucky, an opportunity to get a hit? Let his pitcher hit, and then you got your leadoff batter coming up with 2 outs. You know, the only scenario you want to stay away from is the double play ball, which swinging the bat brings it in. But they were aggressive, up 2-0, trying to add on.
Boy, this plan 1 out away from being executed to perfection by Steve McCatty and Matt Williams. They go to the left-hander. They get Ishikawa, who struggles against left-handed pitching. You retire the pitcher, and now only Gregor Blanco stands in the way. Left-handed batters hit just 160 against Jerry Blevins during the regular season. And there are more southpaws behind him available in the Nats bullpen.
Yeah, the Nats bullpen is so good. I mean, second in all of baseball. You can't have a great staff without 1 through 11 contributing, and the bullpen certainly has. They've changed closers, but they have not missed a beat. Giants aren't too far behind as well. They're third in their relieving core.
Belton Crawford singled to start the inning. Then the pitching change. 2 quick outs ensue. And now a 1-1 count to Gregor Blanco. You know, this is not the live or die scenario that the Giants fought through and won on Wednesday. And it didn't turn into much of a fight. It was an 8-0 blanking in Pittsburgh. But as we mentioned at the top of the telecast, John, it's worth reiterating. Short series. Best 3 out of 5. Game 1 is crucial, history tells us. Blanco sends a fly ball out to center. Jerry Blevins with yeoman's duty out of the Nationals bullpen strands leadoff hitters. Still 2-0 San Francisco. Washington, D.C.'s many tourist destinations and national parks and monuments on this day because there are quite a few folks in the ballpark. And the folks that are here are just looking for an excuse to make some noise. So far, they have had only a few opportunities. Only one base hit for the Nationals. Jake Peavy has been fantastic on this day. On top 2-0 as he faces a pinch hitter to start the home half of the sixth. He is former Giant Nate Shearholtz.
Yeah, the Nats have not had a lot of luck average-wise for pinch hitters. Dead last in baseball. But they've made the most of it with some game-winning hits and some home runs.
Two balls and no strikes to the pinch hitter. To 3-0.
Jake Peavy has not had many stressful situations, only one hit. And of course, Steven Strasburg had to go through his just about every inning there after the first inning. So he should be nice and fueled up. But this is the part of the game where it starts getting a little bit different comparatively when you start facing the lineup your third and fourth time for Jake. He's been really good. 1 through 6 innings, been really good. But the averages start going up a little bit in his case for the Giants the third time around, which he'll start facing here in a minute.
Man with 2 Giants World Series rings trying to start something in the home half of the sixth. As it falls to a full count now. Hey, a quick reminder, follow the postseason with MLB.com @BAT, the #1 app for live baseball. Stay connected with highlights, replays, reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get the @BAT app for your smartphone or tablet. Three balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff man, pinch hitter Nate Shearholtz. And Laz Diaz called for time. I'm not sure if that came from Shearholtz or from the home plate umpire.
Yeah, it was late. Peavy wasn't real happy. He already had his leg up, getting ready to see that. Normally, they don't get it.
Well, that happened a couple of times to John Lester on Tuesday night in Kansas City, and it did not set well with the Oakland A's. Little additional time to clean up the beach ball. Nate Shearholtz, by the way, one of a couple of former Giants that populate Matt Williams' Nationals bench. Kevin Franzen another. It's a more experienced bench on the National side, thanks in part to the San Francisco expats. Popped into foul territory. Belt hoping for a play, and he will have none. Still 3-2.
Wind picking up a little bit. That ball was at one point beyond first base, and the wind blew that ball back into the stands. You saw the route that Belt was trying to take.
Yeah, we're told there is some rain anticipated in the area tonight, maybe into tomorrow morning. Coast clear for the rest of this one, though. Here's the next payoff pitch. Whacked into right and well struck. Pence back on it. He'll play it off the wall. A leadoff pinch hit double by the ex-Giant Nate Shearholtz. The Nationals' first extra base hit and their first runner past first base.
Well, he worked his way back from 3-0 to Jake, and he threw a fastball up. One of the rare ones that the hitters have been able to get on top of. A little bit of excitement coming out of the bench as they know they're running out of innings. The time is now as the bullpen starts getting ready to San Francisco. A little peel at first, seeing if he, in his excitement, missed first base, but did not. We've had 2 baseball games within the Beltway here. You can only imagine the crowd in Baltimore as they're up 2-0 as we watch the replay, and he touches first. This crowd's trying to do their part. They want the Washington Nationals and the Baltimore Orioles to be relevant for a long time in this postseason.
So back to Denard Span, 0 for 2 today.
In these scenarios, I always say, I know everyone wants the hitter to get a hit, right? You want to keep the rally going. But the most important thing has got to be get the runner to third. Some way, somehow, via the hit, pull it to second. You got to get those runs when they're out there. It's only the 6th inning. You don't have to score 3. It'd be nice. But make sure you do those things. You see Jake trying to go away to keep that from happening. Denard has been really hot at the plate. I'd look for him to at least get the runner over to third, pass that baton on to the next guy.
Anthony Rendon waits on deck. Denard Span, a .296 hitter this year with runners in scoring position. The only average better than that by a national, that of Jason Worth, who is hoping for an opportunity this inning as well. Jake Peavy has been fantastic today, trying to get through 6 innings in a postseason start for the first time in his career. In the air, out to shallow left center. Blanco coming on to make the catch and keep Schierholtz at second with 1 away.
Oh, that is a very good pitch selection by Peavy, and changeup away. This pitch completely fools Denard Span. You can tell he's trying to roll over at the last minute, and he just drops the barrel of the bat and of course pops it up and doesn't get the runner over. So first test passed by Peavy with a runner on second, nobody out.
Jake Peavy got a lot of left-handed hitters out with that changeup when he won his Cy Young in 2007. Sometimes you go back to the well for what brought you there. Gene Machi and Javi Lopez up in the bullpen for San Francisco. Here's Anthony Rendon now with 1 out and a runner at second. Been a lot of cue shots off the Nationals bats today as well.
Well, and that's a credit to really Jake and his pitch selection. He knows the guys that are aggressive. He's not going to lay in a fastball. That was a cutter away, and they're anticipating that, recognizing the ball is going to be a fastball, and that last 2 to 3 inches of break is what keeps it off the barrel of the bat. So he has been mixing up his pitch selection about as well as I've ever seen. So their game plan, him and Posey, as they watched video all day yesterday, has been a really good one, attacking these hitters.
A ball and a strike to Rendon, who has flied to center and grounded to second this afternoon.
And there's no mistaking really with the game plan. The pitcher drives it, right? And he's committed to throwing the pitches. And Jake's definitely, his best pitch is his committed pitch.
Jason Worth on deck with 1 away and a runner in scoring position. The Nationals' first set of at-bats with a runner in scoring position all day. And Rendon sends a fly ball out to right. Pence settling under this. There are 2 gone.
He's kept his emotions in check this inning. I'm going to go out on a limb and say if he gets this out right here, you're going to see third gear go to fifth real fast, because that's going to be pretty much, I would think, maybe the end of the line for Jake Peavy. Man on second, nobody out. He's wiggled himself into a 2-out situation with one of the better runners in scoring position guys in Worth. And I'm sure this conversation right here is say, look, we don't have to, if the count doesn't go our favor, we don't have to attack Jason Worth. We can actually go after LaRoche, who is no slouch behind you, but let the count dictate how you're going to attack this guy and whether or not he's aggressive early or patient.
Worth has walked and struck out this afternoon. There's LaRoche waiting next with 2 gone. Peavy creeping up on 100 pitches today. You know, even when Jake Peavy wasn't having the results he wanted to have, a 1-9 start to the year as a Red Sox, there's an extra gear that comes by way of desire that some find harder to get to. Put a little context on that in a moment. There was a start in early September in Detroit, and you and I were there, John, the following day. A Friday night, Jake Peavy began the night against the Tigers, and then the skies opened up. He had a 6-0 lead, and it rained, and I mean it rained. A 2-hour 45-minute rain delay. On the other side of it, Peavy came back out and pitched again. An unheard of time, given the workload he had before and after the rain delay. And to hear Bruce Bochy tell it, I had to put him back out there because he was wearing me out for the entire duration of the delay.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he just went 5 either. He went longer than 5. You would think, oh, I got the win. I'm just going to try to be selfish and get the win. They needed a win as a team. And I'll tell you what Jake has overcome in his surgery and the procedure that not many pitchers could come back from speaks to that point, Matt. And he just wills himself, but at the same time has learned through some veteran pitchers to back off a little bit and give the ball to the manager when you know your tank's running a little empty.
2 balls and a strike to Jason Worth. 2-3-1 now. Worth patient as per usual. In front of the count with LaRoche due up next. The 3-1. Little excuse me foul ball to make it a full count now. 3-2.
See, and that's that late cutter again. 3-1 hitters count. Worth could not commit himself. He thought it was a fastball, and just the last movement at all. It's not a big breaking pitch, but enough placed on the outside part, and you could see him let it go. If you're going to swing, let it go. No check swings here. 3-2 count, and I would anticipate the same kind of pitch selection. I wouldn't be surprised if he throws a curveball here.
Each one of Jason Worth's at bats has gone to a full count. Trying to pick up Scherholtz with 2 away in the 6th.
And there it was. Unfortunately, that one hung. He got away with one there, and Jason Worth was like, oh man, give me that over. There's the breaking ball, and you see it just hang over the middle of the plate, and the change of speed's got him out in front enough to where he pulled it foul. So now he's got the hitter off balance a little bit. He can try to ride a fastball up 3-2 if he wants after throwing that breaking ball.
Jason Worth, the Nationals' best hitter with runners in scoring position, batted .338 in spots like this. The next 3-2. Ball 4. But Jason Worth will just wear you out. His first plate appearance, 7 pitches, and he drew a walk. Struck out on an 8-pitch plate appearance in the 4th, and then walked on 7 pitches here in the 6th. That's going to be the end of the line for Jake Peavy. He'll leave with 2 out and 2 on. He's going to give Bruce Bochy a hard time here. There is no chance that he wants to come out of this game, but that's his fate. A terrific start this afternoon. I think we could say with accuracy, regardless of what happens from this point out, Jake Peavy's best ever postseason effort. And the veteran right-hander and former Cy Young Award winner was able to harness that emotion and energy into a terrific appearance today.
Yeah, he was talking to everybody. He was talking to himself. He was asking his boys to pick me up. He was telling the umpire nice job. And he was just revved up as he was walking off the mound. And this is where it'll sink in, hoping that Javier Lopez, tough left-hander, can get that out. And Jake will have done his job. Nonetheless, he's done his job.
Adam LaRoche, the batter. Lefty-lefty matchup as Javier Lopez is called on from the Giants bullpen. The most experienced Giant postseason reliever.
This guy's tough on lefties. You don't see too many side armors from the left side, and he provides. They don't pick up the ball real well. He slurves it, slings it, breaks it.
Three World Series rings. 07 Red Sox and 2 with the Giants in 2010 and 2012. He's pitched in the postseason now on 5 occasions. 5 different seasons, that is. And he's 1-1 on Adam LaRoche. Wow.
Wow is right. That is a nasty pitch on the corner. LaRoche hitting 204 against left-handers. Never in a hurry. Beautiful swing, and certainly they're one hoping here in Washington he can deliver a big 2-out hit.
2 balls and a strike. In Javier Lopez's postseason career with the Giants, he has limited left-handed batters to a 1-for-20.
He knows more than likely this is the only at bat he's going to get. Here's Adam LaRoche.
The 3-1. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. Here comes Bruce Bochy. Back-to-back hitters. Back-to-back pitching changes. Gene Machi's hot in the bullpen. It's the right-handed hitting Ian Desmond scheduled with the bases loaded and 2 away. And it looks like Bruce Bochy's going to wait until he absolutely has to remove Javier Lopez. A pitching change. We'll be right back. forced another pitching change. Bruce Bochy had Gene Machi hot. Instead, he has selected the rookie right-hander Hunter Strickland.
Yeah, watch the radar gun. He's got a little tap of the glove as he delivers. Throws about 98 on upwards and a curveball. So he's a two-pitch pitcher, and he's looking to throw some gas here against a guy who's pretty aggressive at the plate, Mr. Desmond.
Ian Desmond 0 for 2 this afternoon, the longest tenured member of this roster with the bases loaded and 2 away. Hunter Strickland appeared in 9 games for the Giants this year. He spent the majority of his season at Double-A Richmond. Yet here he is on the big stage trying to keep an inning clean in the 6th. Rookie right-hander out of the stretch. 98 swung out and missed.
Here you go. Try and hit it. This is firm fastball. Now, one of the dilemmas Bruce Bochy had in not taking out Bumgarner in last start, 8 innings or 9 inning complete game shutout, he would have loved to have gotten Hunter Strickland in that game to get some feet wet, if you will. But he said he's ready for the moment. He's unwavered by the emotion of the game or the moment.
On the corner at 99 miles an hour to put Desmond behind 1 and 2. Sherholt started the inning with a double, then 2 out walks to Worth and LaRoche. Bases loaded, 2 out, a ball and 2 strikes to Ian Desmond. And the Giants' closer of the future shuts down an inning in the present. The Nationals leave the bases loaded. 6 complete. And much to the delight of the starter, Jake Peavy, it stays 2-0 San Francisco. with John Smoltz, J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian at Nationals Park in D.C., where the Washington Nationals, the home team, with a robust offensive attack, have been shut down on 2 base hits this afternoon, trailing 2-0. They've turned it over to the bullpen once again. It'll be Craig Stammen to work this top of the 7th inning. He'll get Panik, Posey, and Sandoval trailing by 2.
Stammen has unusual mechanics when he gets ready to deliver the ball, but it works for him. Knuckle curveball, slider, fastball. You'll see him duck down almost as he goes towards home plate and lowers his arm angle.
Joe Panik with a drive well struck out to center field. Span on the move at the track at the wall. He can't make the catch. Panik running hard all the way out of the box into third easily with a leadoff triple.
This guy's unbelievable, man. That just quiet hands. Let the fastball do the power. Let the power of the fastball be your friend. And he's hit 2 balls now to straightaway center. That one, of course, Span almost runs down right on the heel of the glove, almost over jumps. And he gets a triple, and they're in business again. The Giants are.
The Nationals bring the infield in now for Buster Posey. You saw that note on Joe Panik. 5 hits in his first 2 career postseason games. As you take a look at the season numbers on Craig Stammen, making his 50th appearance of the season today. Back up the middle, past Stammen, and trickling into shallow center field to make it 3-0 Giants.
Amazing the feel of this game. You would think the Giants, based on the crowd and the way this game's gone, they've been up 7-0 the whole game, but they're taking advantage of every opportunity that is presented them. And that's not a rocket ball that was hit up the middle, but again, putting the ball in play in special situations when there's a runner on. That's what the Giants do, and they took it right back up the middle. And you see he tried his best to deflect it towards somebody, but a base hit.
Now Pablo Sandoval, who is 1 for 3 today. Pablo singled back in the 4th. Leadoff triple, RBI base hit, 3-0 Giants. It's almost a golf crowd at this moment.
Well, you think about the way it's set up. Okay, the best team in baseball waits 4 days. The team that gets in by the seat of their pants plays that one game. They're more in tune with the baseball season. They got to travel. Yes, they had to expend their top starter. They're here. They're playing baseball in rhythm. You almost, as you see the 2 games unfold, the Angels and the Nationals, it sometimes takes a little while to get your rhythm back. You cannot create or recreate baseball through simulation games. We talked to Matt talking about an 8-inning game that was played not too long ago to get his guys ready. You can see the crowd wanting to get in it. You can see everybody wanting to return to that team that was so dominant that won by 17 games. That's why this series plays out, to see if the Nationals can get back in rhythm.
You know, on the other side of that is the Giants have made a lot of hay over the last few postseasons, exploiting teams with too much time on their hands. We remember what happened with the 2012 Tigers.
That was unbelievable.
Blasting through the playoffs, sitting around, waiting around. Same thing happened earlier with Detroit. And the Giants, well, the rest is history. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Pablo Sandoval.
And don't get me wrong, every team wants to be exactly where the Nationals and Angels were, is sitting atop, having the best record, setting up your rotation, and then hoping that you don't miss a beat. But first games can be awfully daunting for a team that has had to wait 4 or 5 games to play. And let's face it, the last 2 weeks, with the exception of going for best record, not a lot at stake.
Runner goes. Sandoval swings and misses. Throw down on Posey is in time to complete the strike him out, throw him out, double play. Well, Buster Posey got a very late break there. I'm not sure if somebody missed a sign or if he just didn't get off very well in that attempted stolen base. Play on, and Posey's thrown out.
Well, what Bruce Bochy's getting ready to do is see if the tag was high and a foot gets in, but he's going to be told that that's not the case. Usually in baseball, when the ball beats you by that much, there's never a case where we're going to argue that. But now that we have instant replay, we've seen a lot of guys slide in. We've seen guys slide in, leg or foot pops up, they keep the tag on, but in this case, he gets it.
Look how close that is. You couldn't slide a comb in a comic book between the foot and the bag there.
Easy on the comb thing.
Oh, sorry.
I haven't had a comb in a while.
Didn't mean to go there on you. How about a comic book?
Yeah.
Hunter Pence now with a run in and 2 away, bases empty. Boy, if a 2-0 lead seemed daunting for the Nationals, a now 3-0 deficit on a day when they've been limited to just 2 base hits, and they're down to their final 9 outs. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Hunter Pence.
It's amazing in baseball. We as players watch the other games when you're sitting around and waiting for your turn to play. You saw what the Royals were able to do, a historic comeback. You saw what the Orioles have done in their comeback in the 8th inning. So you start thinking things that you would normally not think about. The difference is these 2 clubs have really good bullpens.
Pence with a drive into the left field corner. Harper's got to get on his horse. He's out there to make the catch. A lot of ground to cover. And a fine job by Bryce Harper to help retire the side. Not before the Giants can hang another run. The panic triple. And Posey RBI single, making it 3-0 San Francisco as we keep our coverage right here for God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we honor our great country with the performance of God Bless America. Once again, the Quantico Marine Corps Band.
Los Angeles. A brilliant pitching matchup there. Clayton Kershaw hosting Adam Wainwright later tonight on CBS. Royals-Angels Game 2. Tomorrow, NLDS Game 2 with the Giants and Nats here on Fox Sports 1. Then the Cardinals and Dodgers on MLB Network. As some of the greatest young talent in baseball featured in this postseason. Bryce Harper batting as we speak. Mike Trout, Clayton Kershaw on the mound coming up later tonight. Andrew McCutchen's postseason is over, unfortunately for Pirates fans. And, of course, Buster Posey featured prominently tonight as well.
Yeah, the game is in good hands, and this matchup right here is an indicator of it. Nobody sees more curveballs than Bryce Harper. Power against power. Seen the commercials where he hits the ball all the way to the Capitol. I'd like to see that here. This crowd is waiting for something to happen. And that wasn't it.
Yeah, Hunter Wendelstedt saying that he swung the bat on that. 1-1.
Hey, that game tonight is going to be unbelievable. I think of two boxers going at it with no trainers. No one to throw in a towel. It's going to be mano a mano. Adam Wainwright against Clayton Kershaw.
Whew. Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. Again, that's coming up next on Fox Sports 1. Dodgers-Cardinals Game 1 of their 5-game division series.
Right after this game's over, I'm getting on the Matty V jet, and I'm going to try to catch whatever I can of it.
Yeah.
You offered that for me, right?
Yeah, it's Jets back in Oakland. Waiting for the division series to start. See, we thought that was going to be the story with John Lester versus James Shields, right? We all said 2-1, maybe one run's enough.
Sure.
How about 9-8 that night? That's what makes the postseason so much fun. Who knows? 2 balls and a strike to count from Hunter Strickland to Bryce Harper. That ball is absolutely crushed. Santa Maria. The Nationals are on the board.
Well, he almost hit it to the Capitol. This is what we're talking about, power against power. And at this time, Harper wins out. I mean, that is, I haven't seen a ball go in the upper deck, the third deck. Not even in BP. Wow.
Fans want a curtain call. Here's Wilson Ramos now. 3-1 Giants. I mean, come on. Top tank. We'll show you where this ball lands again in a moment. One and one. That guy didn't come to the ballpark tonight thinking about a souvenir.
No glove needed there.
He was lamenting the fact that he couldn't get a better seat.
Well, I got the crowd back into it temporarily.
A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Wilson Ramos. Hunter Strickland in very impressive fashion struck out Ian Desmond to leave the bases loaded in the 6th. And then the other end of the spectrum serves up a monster solo home run to Bryce Harper. Ramos is able to hold off on the 98 up around the shoulders. 2-2 now. As Drupal Cabrera next, and then a pinch hitter in the 9 spot.
Either good eye or you got fooled. You got to think a fastball's coming here 3-2. So what you're doing as a hitter is, even though the velocity is probably more than maybe some hitters can handle, you just got to use that velocity and square up the middle of the strike zone. You got to look at one area as a hitter. And as a pitcher, you just got to make your best pitch. 3-2.
The payoff pitch home.
When you're blessed with 98 and 99, there's not a whole lot of having to be fine. You just have to keep it out of that one little coffee can area where hitters like it and they can drop the barrel of the bat and they don't have to really swing that hard. So up or further down is the area that hitters typically don't like it, can't get on top of the baseball.
The next 3-2 to Ramos. By the way, Bryce Harper, in his previous postseason experience back in 2012, was 3 for 23 in that 5-game division series loss to the Cardinals.
There's a reason he sees more curveballs than most guys. I mean, you just saw evidence of it. You can throw it 100 miles an hour, and if it's in his swing plane, he's going to hit it long, long ways, and that's what they loved as. He was a catcher when they drafted him and said, nah, we're going to get him in the outfield.
He takes a huge hack. I mean, that's a little bit of what we were just discussing in terms of the young stars of the game. Here's a guy who in his first postseason go-around was 3 for 23. He singled and hit a moonshot home run today. Back to a 2-run ball game.
And we forget he's only 22, right? 22 years old? 21.
But a boy with a grown man swing. Ramos still battling 3-2. Next offering from Strickland gets him looking. So here it is. We'll show it to you in all of its grandeur.
Pretty much know as a pitcher by the sound of the bat, and as a hitter, I'm sure there wasn't much doubt in this one. I say if you're going to give them up a long way. Don't let them be wall scrapers.
Oh my goodness.
It's just one run.
And just in case you doubted where it landed, the super slow-mo touchdown. Yeah, Bryce Harper hit one up there early in the season. It was the second week of the season against Miami's Brad Hand, a grand slam that landed in the top tank. So he's familiar with it up there. It came in at 98 and went out at 110. A ball and no strikes to Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera this afternoon has gone 0 for 2, a strikeout in the second, an infield pop in the fifth. On a day in the postseason when the Baltimore Orioles plated 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th for a come-from-behind win to take a 2-0 series lead over the Tigers, the Nationals hoping for some late thunder here. A ball and 2 strikes. You know, you set the table earlier with the idea that there could be a Beltway series, which would set this part of the country on its ear. Would also set up a terrific managerial battle. Matt Williams, having played for Buck Showalter, well, the possibilities there are really intriguing. Cabrera with a drive, and that one's gone. Solo home runs in the 7th, and it's a 1-run ball game.
Well, like we said, it took a little while to get their rhythm going here. 2 solo home runs, and they were crushed. You could see Hunter Strickland, the ball up in the zone. 98. Both hitters used that power and a perfect swing. He just missed a couple pitches earlier that he fouled back. And you see that's where exactly Buster wanted it. But the hitter, he won.
Bryce Harper up on the top rope, WWE style. And Nationals Park as loud as it's been all afternoon. The pinch hitter is Ryan Zimmerman. Exactly the type of role that Matt Williams could have dreamed for when the brass finally settled into the idea that Zimmerman would be used as a weapon off the bench.
Yeah, tough task here, righty, that obviously has the weapons to counter a right-handed batter.
Got the breaking ball on him to put him behind 0-2.
At least from the left-hand side, you can see the ball just a little bit longer, even though it's 98. That sounds crazy. But the breaking ball is just that much more wicked against right-handed batters.
The Washington Nationals all-time leader in hits, runs scored, doubles, home runs, RBIs, and games played. Another breaking ball. This one sent out to right center field. Blanco is under it for out number 2. So with the left-hander Denard Span due up, here comes Bruce Bochy, and he's got the hook in his pocket. A pitching change. The third reliever on his way into the game for the Giants. A one-run story in D.C. A pair of solo home runs for the Nationals in the 7th, and the home team, which had not showed a whole lot of punch or promise offensively for the first 6+, is right back in this thing, down by just a run. Back with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian, 3-2 Giants. San Francisco on its third reliever of the ball game, as the veteran southpaw Jeremy Affeldt comes on to try to record the final out in the 7th.
Jeremy Affeldt, great left-handed pitcher out of the pen. Everything he's got is electric. And this is the pen that, as we mentioned, third best in all of baseball.
Affeldt has been a fixture in the Giants' recent postseason success. 22 career postseason appearances. A 1.37 ERA.
Ideally,
behind 2-0.
Sorry, Matt. Ideally, if you're the Nats here, you would love to have Span on the base and take a chance to steal a base. You know, get him in the scoring position. As this rally in 2 home runs brought this crowd back into it and brought the Nationals back into it. They'd like to see this inning go a little bit longer.
A right-handed batter, Anthony Rendon, next. And it's 3-0 to Denard Span. The Giants have former World Series closer Sergio Romo up in the bullpen. That would be the assignment should Span reach base. 3-1.
Well, against this tough lefty, 3-1. This will be the best pitch he gets to see, other than that one taken 3-0. You lay it in there as a pitcher when you feel like the guy can't take you deep, as the previous 2 guys have done with some tape measure shots.
3-1 pitch, bounced to second. A fine play by Joe Panik to his right. Doing it on both sides of the scorecard is the San Francisco rookie. A new story in D.C., however, 3-2 Giants. At Dodger Stadium this afternoon. A pitching change as Matt Thornton is on for the Nationals here to start the 8th, and he gets Brandon Belt on a broken back ground ball for route number 1.
The Nats acquired another lefty in Matt Thornton. Used to be with the Yankees. He'll come after you from the left side. Not to the tune of 95, 98 all the time, but you saw that broken bat, lefty on lefty. He's pretty good.
Yeah, it was a curious read in the transactions column when Yankee fans learned that Matt Thornton had been placed on waivers and claimed that transaction happening on August 5th. Very good as a National this season in 18 games, did not allow a run.
I think it had something to do with a little contract bonus, maybe. Something he was getting ready to reach. And the Nationals are glad they were able to get him and claim him. Of course, strengthen their bullpen. As the Giants have, as we talked about, left-handers that are in the lineup.
Brandon Crawford with a drive into the opposite field. Harper and Spanner there. It splits them both and bounds up over the wall for a ground rule double. So Brandon Crawford's outstanding early stages of the postseason continued. 3 for 4 tonight.
And I continue to marvel with the Giants and their approach offensively. You haven't seen too many of them try and do too much and pull a pitch that's away. They've been going with what the pitcher has been doing, and that's frustrating for an opposing pitcher because you want the aggressiveness of a hitter to get themselves out. And the Giants, with all of their veteran guys, and I should say young guys who play like a veteran, they basically have taken what the pitcher's done and gone that way, and they've maximized their results today. Even though they only have 3 runs, they have 11 hits.
As pinch hitter Matt Duffy stands in, a programming note that the Cardinals Dodgers game 1 of their division series is about to start in the next few minutes. That game will be starting on Fox Sports 2 and on MLB Network. We'll get you out there here on Fox Sports 1 as soon as the Giants and Nationals have reached a final score. There's a lot left to be determined tonight. 1-run game, a runner at second with 1 away.
See those fastballs coming in at modest 95, 96 after we saw 99 and 100. There's no doubt the arms today and the pens today are filled with more guys that can throw in the upper 90s than ever before.
2 balls and a strike. The count to Matt Duffy. We made mention of the fact that the Nationals have much more experience on their bench than do the Giants. Matt Duffy, a rookie with all the 59 days of Major League service time, who made the jump from Double-A this year. Back to Thornton. They've got Crawford hung up. There are 2 away. Bit of a fire drill, but he didn't finally apply the tag.
He did a great job, and Crawford was doing his best to try and get him to throw the ball and maybe throw it away. But this ball's right back to the middle, and he fields his position. Now at this point, you're going to run right at him towards second, but you see him do so many different moves, and of course, tagging him out yourself without allowing the base runner to go to second or the hitter of Duffy. Great job by Thornton. It's so easy to get carried away in that situation, and that soft toss actually lofted it higher than you want to as a pitcher, but great job. And you see LaRoche, of all people, try to give him a smile.
That meeting looked like a meeting of the Lumberjacks Union. The next pinch hitter will be Juan Perez. Another Giant platoon player appearing on a postseason roster for the first time in his career. Juan Perez was up and down from that AAA Fresno shuttle a lot this season. 6 separate appearances on the Major League roster. Each team has used 3 relievers. Steven Strasburg, the National starter, went 5+. Jake Peavy for the Giants, 5 2/3. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to the pinch hitter Juan Perez.
And on the bullpen freshness, of course, the Nationals with the days off are fresh in the pen, but so are the Giants because of the complete game shutout by Bumgarner.
Talk about setting the tone for the postseason, where a lot of the Giants detractors were worried about using their biggest bullet just to get into the division series. Bumgarner's complete game shutout, the 8-0 whitewashing of the Pirates, is something that Giant fans are hopeful will start the ball rolling in the positive direction.
Well, of course, when you come on the road in a best-of-5, the ideal situation, right? You want to split at least. You want to come home with a win. Gosh, if you can come home with 2, that's unbelievable. But lurking is Bumgarner in Game 3. He's only really going to be able to give you 1 start, maybe help you out in Game 5 if you go there. So that flips the switch for San Francisco if they can get a split here.
Still 2-2 to Perez. Yeah, much the same way Kansas City stole one on the road yesterday in their division series with the Angels. The Giants hoping to do that tonight. Claiming Game 1 on the road is a big deal.
Yeah, it's huge. It puts so much pressure on the home team. Of course, winning 3 more games.
Yeah, we'll go to a full count.
It's a psychological thing more than anything. You're at home. You've waited. You've got the best record. Winning 3 out of 5 would favor you, but losing the first game definitely puts that psychological doubt, like, whoa, what just happened?
Payoff pitch home. Perez really battling.
I don't think there's a greater psychological pendulum or teeter-totter, if you will, in the next game. Kershaw must win. Kershaw, every time he pitches, he wins. If you could be St. Louis and steal a win there, that has a double effect of psychology that you might have to explain to the Dodgers. Hey, we only lost 1 game. It wasn't 2 losses when Kershaw was out there. 71%, as we said, winning Game 1. Goes on to win the series.
Line to shortstop. And gobbled up to retire the side. The meat of the Nationals order in the last of the 8th with Washington down a run. A reminder, Adam Wainwright and Clayton Kershaw are about to start in Los Angeles. You can watch the beginning of that game on Fox Sports 2 and on MLB Network. And as soon as the Giants and Nationals are done here in D.C., we'll bring you the rest of that Game 1 out in Los Angeles right here on Fox Sports 1. Until then, a one-run ball game. And it's up to Sergio Romo to try to keep it that way, making his first postseason appearance since saving Game 4 of the 2012 World Series, a stretch of time in which he was absolutely unhittable. Things have changed a bit for Romo since then, as he goes to work against Anthony Rendon to start things in the 8th. Rendon, Worth, and LaRoche for the Nats.
Well, what you need to know is slider, slider, slider. He throws from the first base side of the rubber, and he throws it into a righty to throw it away. But he's mastered that, and when he's good, he keeps the hitter off balance. And when he hasn't been, it's over the middle of the plate.
A ball and a strike to count to Rendon. A new left fielder, Juan Perez, takes over out there after pinch hitting in the top of the 8th.
Typically, as a right-hander, you want the leverage on the right side of the mound, the third base side of the rubber, to where right-handers have a less time seeing the ball. But being on the first base side of the rubber, it's actually seeing the right-hander can see the ball longer. What he'll mix in is an occasional sinker that dives in back towards the right-hander.
What's changed for Romo is the results. Still goes about it the same way as you mentioned, John, with a steady diet of sliders. But this year allowed a career high in runs, home runs, and lost his closer's role at the end of June after a stretch of several blown saves. In fairness, he's been better of late. But that rough stretch in June prompted a change at the back of the Giants bullpen, one that Bruce Bochy was reluctant to make. Here's the 1-2 to Rendon. And that shot through the hole, the tying run aboard to start the home 8th.
And I'm going to tell you, from a hitter standpoint who's looking for slider, he's able to stay on the fastball away. That was a very good pitch by Romo. But because you're looking slider and you're staying back as long as you can, there's no need to pull the fastball. He dotted the outside part of the plate. This is a pitcher's pitch. And you see the first movement by the hitter is to stay at almost the butt going back to the dugout. And he did a great job finding the hole between first and second.
So now Jason Worth, and he'll be making his first plate appearance against anybody other than Jake Peavy. Worth was 0 for 1 with 2 walks against the San Francisco starter. Ever patient as usual.
Well, if he gets that pitch, it's going to be very difficult. Now it's a pitch that breaks over the outside part of the plate. And again, Worth so patient. Takes more pitches than anybody on the Nationals lineup. He thought that was a ball.
He's had a couple of those borderline calls go against him tonight. The 0-1. Nothing in 2.
He's got him where he wants him. He's comfortable behind in the count. We've seen it all day. 0-2 should favor the pitcher, but not in the case with Jason Worth. His numbers are opposite of what you would see. He doesn't panic. He trusts that he knows what the pitcher's trying to do, his awareness of the strike zone. And I wouldn't be surprised if he works the count back into his favor as he's done earlier today.
Saw 22 combined pitches in his first 3 at-bats tonight. So they'll check in. Rendon will run 17 stolen bases during the regular season. Not sure if he'll be doing so in this exact situation. He stays put. Worth checks his swing. They appeal, and no swing, says Vic Carapazzo.
Yeah, Rendon looks like he's got what would be traditionally a one-way lead, meaning it's a huge lead, or a big lead, looking like he's stealing, but his first action may be going back to the base, anticipating the throw. This situation, 1 and 2, doesn't call for a stolen base. I think it's primarily a one-way lead.
Two balls and 2 strikes.
Well, he's worked it back into an even count. now more favorable than it was when it was 0-2.
Not only is Jason Worth good when behind in the count, he's good in the late stages of ball games. A .287 batting average in the 7th inning or later. That's the best on the Nationals roster. A Washington lineup that was completely shut down through the first 5 innings today. Late life has brought it to within a run. Popped him up. Belton panic, and it's the rookie second baseman that makes the catch for out number 1.
And he just missed that. Good late movement down in the zone. Taller hitter. Worth tried to go get it. Ended up popping it up. Now LaRoche should see balls coming into him with the rare sinker fastball that goes away from a left-hander. Adams got one thing in his mind, and that's trying to lift the ball. Anything on the ground is going to be a double play. He would love to see green grass in the outfield or a ball that an outfielder cannot reach.
Hitless in game 1 of the division series, 2 for 4 with a home run for his career against Sergio Romo.
The pitch that is the classic left-hander, down and in. Almost like a golfer. Adam LaRoche, smooth swinging, will be able to lift the ball if that slider comes into that sweet zone that Adam has.
Left-handed batters hit almost 80 points better than righties against Romo this year. A ball and no strikes. Ian Desmond next. 3-4-5 part of the Washington order has been conspicuously quiet today. Between Worth, LaRoche, and Desmond, just 3 walks. To 2-0.
Well, and what Worth and LaRoche do so well is they take a lot of walks, take pitches that rarely do you see him swing wild out of the zone. Now he'd be more tempted here 2-0 to be aggressive, but he's looking for something over the middle of the plate. And I would anticipate a backdoor slider from Romo.
Rendon off first. The 2-0 home is in for a strike.
Or pain away, and then what Adam did is tip his hat and say that's not the pitch that I'm looking for. So you won on that 2-0 count. I still maintain and take my chances for Adam LaRoche. He's thinking that you're going to bring one in closer to my area. But if you paint 2 more like that, tip your hat.
The 11th year veteran representing the go-ahead run. And again, late time granted.
You see Romo trying to mess with the timing of the runner at first. Actually looked back to second, looked around, trying to move his heads to mess with that timing, and ultimately Adam LaRoche called time.
Two balls and a strike to Adam LaRoche. Off the end of the bat into no man's land, a base hit. A left side of the field that was completely vacant, and LaRoche, whether it was on purpose or by happenstance, took advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of accident here off the end of the bat. I just didn't know if the read that Rendon had got. Or Desmond, I'm sorry. You see this pitch, no one's there. I anticipated him being at third base, but see how quickly Perez gets to the ball. When it was first hit, I thought it was first and third. Big rounding of the base, but he chose to stay there.
Well, it's huge keeping runners at first and second here. The double play still in order against the right-handed battery, and Desmond 0 for 3 tonight. Romo trying to hang on to Jake Peavy's lead. Regardless of whose lead it is, Romo just trying to hang on. Bryce Harper next. He started this come-from-behind effort with that solo home run in the 7th, the tape measure shot that landed in the 3rd tank. Out in front is Desmond, and it's 0-2. Sergio Romo has faced 230 batters in the regular season this year and rolled 3 double play balls in those meetings. Wow, and he makes Desmond expand the strike zone on a slider. He'd like to have that pass back, and there are 2 away.
This is a real good sweeper, and of course, expansion of the strike zone. Crowd's going pretty good right this man at the plate.
Well, that's the fan that grabbed the home run souvenir back in the bottom of the 7th. Harper has singled and homered. The tying and go-ahead runs aboard with 2 away in the 8th. Only one previous meeting between these two. Harper retired on it. Rendon at second, LaRoche at first with 2 gone. Let's take it back to the 7th. Leading off the inning against rookie right-hander Hunter Strickland. And that was followed by a solo shot off the bat of Asdrubal Cabrera. That explains the 3-2 score. The 3rd player in big league history the homer in more than one postseason game before turning 22. Keeping good company as per usual. Mickey Mantle and Andrew Jones. My goodness. A bouncing ball to the right side. Belt to Crawford covering, and they're able to cut down LaRoche to retire the side. Problem avoided. Still 3-2 San Francisco. A single and RBI. He has scored a run, and every Giants starter save the leadoff man among position players with at least one base hit. This is Gregor Blanco leading off with a bunt attempt that works. Rendon's throw too late, and the leadoff man's aboard, starting the visitors' ninth. They're underway in Los Angeles. You mean to tell me that Adam Wainwright and Clayton Kershaw are just getting started, and there's already a run on the board, Kevin Burkhardt? Again, that game underway on Fox Sports 2 and on MLB Network. We'll bring it to you here on Fox Sports 1 as soon as we figure out what happens between the Giants and the Nats. Kevin, thank you. What do you make of that?
Well, I can tell you this, unusual hot temperatures, and when you play a game, that's when the ball will travel in L.A. In the day, when the temperatures are up, usually at night the ball doesn't travel very well, but nonetheless, nice gift for Wainwright when you're going out to the first inning.
Yes. So the bunt single by Gregor Blanco means now that all 8 Giants starting position players have at least one hit. Tyler Clippard, by the way, the new Washington pitcher. As we get to the particulars on his appearance, he faces Joe Panik now with the man aboard.
Yeah, he's a little funky with his delivery, all legs and arms, and a Bugs Bunny changeup. That's what he's known for. Fastball, curveball, slider, slash. The changeup is his out pitch.
Panik swats a drive out to center field, one that moves Span before he can retire him for out number 1. Where will you be the next time history is made? Be there for all the action in 2015. MLB.com/season tickets to reserve your seat today.
Panik is worn out. Denard Span today. A lot of straightaway center action that he's caught 2 of them. The other one a triple.
Here's Buster Posey now with a man on and 1 away. When the Nationals bat the last of the 9th, they'll have the bottom of their order: Ramos, Cabrera, and then the pitcher's spot. 0-1 to Posey. Tyler Clippard is that rare 2-time All-Star as a middle reliever. Named to the Midsummer Classic in 2011 and again this year.
Had him leaning. Blanco was ready to go on that delivery to home plate.
We mentioned it earlier, the Giants don't run very often. When they do, it's usually Pence or Blanco. 29 of the team's 56 stolen bases between those 2 players. You try to draw conclusions from numbers like that. Now the Giants don't run. Well, the Giants didn't run a lot when they won a World Series in 2010 either. In fact, even fewer stolen bases that year. Again, it all goes to the point that you just have a hard time quantifying San Francisco's success with numbers. Nothing in 1, the count to Buster Posey. There goes Blanco, and he'll get in there without a throw.
Picked the perfect pitch. Change up. Off speed. Great jump this time. Timed him perfect. No throw. Another runner in scoring position. 12 hits for the Giants, and yet they're only up by 1.
Second stolen base of the night for San Francisco. Posey with a chance to deliver a little bit of breathing room.
Buster Posey's second half numbers, batting .354 in the second half. So we talked about his resurgence, as well as the team that once had a 10-game lead, lost that lead and had to fight for the playoffs all the way really up to about the last week of the season.
Is that's an example of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger?
Yep.
There's a drive out to right center, pretty well hit. Worth is under it with a play, however. 2 gone. Blanco advances to third.
They've handled this next guy pretty well, but he is the wild card. Pablo Sandoval. He'll swing from his shoes, from his neck, swing all over the place and find ways to make contact, but they have kept him pretty normal. 1 for 4. I got to rely on that because I just can't. Once the 7th inning comes around, I just can't keep scoring anymore. I don't know what it is. I'm going to get there someday. I just can't, though. I get too excited.
Right. Those guys don't care.
They don't?
No. Here's Sandoval now with a runner at third and 2 gone. And on the first pitch, hacking it one up around his face, fouls it away. To your point. To your earlier point, John, the Giants are 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position. They've stranded 9 runners on 12 hits. This could very easily be a much more comfortable 9th for San Francisco, but they've kept the Nationals around. The Giants very fine broadcasters back in the San Francisco Bay Area. Mike Krukow, Dwayne Kuiper, John Miller, Dave Fleming. They were all taken to using the phrase Giants baseball, it's torture, back in 2010. Not because the product was bad, it was very good as a matter of fact, but because the Giants played in so many late close ball games, so many one-run contests, the great majority of which they came out on top in. However, it was torture.
And that man right there never experienced it. That's what I don't understand. I asked Bruce Bochy, I mean, come on. Back then, everything was 2-1, 1-0, dominant pitching, but not a lot of runs. All they did was go on and win the World Series.
The 2-1 to Sandoval. Popped in the infield. LaRoche to set up the last of the ninth. 7, 8, 9 part of the order. Bottom of the ninth with the Nationals down a run. All the drama one could hope for in a division series opener. We have reached the bottom half of the ninth. Back with J.P. Morosi and John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. 3-2 San Francisco. The Giants, who at one point led 3-0, trying to sneak out of here tonight with a series opening win on the road, and they'll turn it over to their closer, right-hander Santiago Casilla.
Yeah, Casilla's got everything. He's got the curveball, knuckle curve, slider, split finger, changeup, fastball. He's going to give you everything, and hopefully nothing in the middle of the plate. His success has been pretty good there, 19 out of 23. And of course, the Giants, and this being at the brink of stealing the game, we're hoping he can get 3 outs.
Couple of solo home runs in the 7th off the bats of Bryce Harper, and Asdrubal Cabrera brought it to within a run. Nats had an opportunity in the 8th after a leadoff single. They left 2 stranded with 1 away, and that keeps the deficit in tow as we start the bottom half of the 9th. Wilson Ramos leads it off.
Tremendous movement, 95 miles an hour. He's got that quick arm action, almost like a hesitation, and then here he comes right after you. Throws a variety of pitches. You just can't lock in on one pitch against this guy.
Ramos and Cabrera, then a pinch hitter here in the 9th, and a strike to make it 1-1. New third baseman for the Giants here as Joaquin Arias takes over for Pablo Sandoval. Santiago Casilla on a postseason roster for the 3rd time in his career. A chopper back to him, and Washington is down to their final 2 outs. Again, coming up next on Fox Sports 1, Game 1 of the Dodgers-Cardinals Division Series from Los Angeles. That's airing currently on Fox Sports 2 and on MLB Network, and as soon as we're done here, we'll get you out to Los Angeles on Fox Sports 1.
Sinker just ate up Ramos as he weakly grounded it back to Casilla. Here's one of the heroes of the game that brought him back. A solo home run in the 7th.
One at bat between these two, and in it Cabrera has a base hit. A teeny tiny sample size from which you can't learn a thing. A ball and no strikes, the count to the 2-time All-Star. Santiago Casilla, after getting the keys to the closer's job, 19 for 23 in his save opportunities. That after beginning the year as a setup man. 2-0.
Good patience there from Cabrera. The tendency is you want to be aggressive and try and tie it up with one swing. That's what Casilla was hoping that he would do at a 1-0 count. Now 2-0. Still got to look for one pitch over an area that you like. Good patience there on a 1-0 count.
Cabrera sends a drive into the opposite field. Playable for Juan Perez, and there are 2 away in the last of the 9th. Well, the Giants have had tremendous success in the postseason in spots like this one. 73-1 all-time postseason record when leading after 8. The only blemish in 1911, and Bruce Bochy's not concerned about that. Danny Espinosa is the pinch hitter, and the last chance for the home team to try to keep things going. On the first pitch, a bouncer for Joe Panik, and the Giants have stolen Game 1 on the road, a 3-2 win in D.C. Jake Peavy with his best ever postseason start. San Francisco gets just enough offense to win its 9th in a row in the postseason. We send you now to Joe Buck, Cardinals and Dodgers in Los Angeles.